let me work with a couple things here. First of all, I need this over on the big screen. I probably could change these around and do this like this. Have that on this side so I can see that. Have chat over on this side. I am a righty, yes. Alright, I probably will have to turn off the main camera temporarily. If I can find it. Okay, camera. Turn that off. Did the power go off to it? No. Let me see. Refresh device change. Yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to do Logitech Cam Capture. That's the only way to zoom in or out. I know, camera's not available, I know that. I got way too much stuff open. Maybe it's going to take a second here. Change. What if I don't want to pick any? Device options. Refresh the device. No. Alright, how am I going to do this? What I gotta do? Unplug it? I need to get the second camera turned off because that's... Alright. Maybe I need to unplug it first. Is that it? No. That wasn't it. I don't know what I unplugged. There we go. Unplug something. I'm still here. Camera not available. I know it's not available. But it will be available as soon as I plug it back in. Camera's not available. Oh my gosh, update, please. Install your stupid update. Getting tired of it asking me. Yes, yes, yes. No, I don't want to share analytical data. Okay, launch. Yeah, what's new? I don't care. Let's go, let's go, let's go. No source selected. Of course, I ain't gonna be able to select it because I don't have it plugged in. Let me plug it in. There we go. All right, now I think I think we'll be good. All right, so let me pull this back up on Twitch Studio here. The main. This should be change. Yep, it's on Logitech Capture. All right, so I should be able to technically zoom in and out with this. So let me see what happens here. All right, where's zoom at? Zoom, zoom, zoom. Is that it? There we go. Now we're talking. Woohoo! All right, so here's another thing too. If I'm going to have these cameras on, I'm trying to think what's going to be the best way to do it. Let me unlock that one. Like I probably, let me hold on a second. Let me turn that one off. Let me make this one full screen. Woo! Yeah, but the resolution on that looks like crap. Why is that? That looks so grainy. Why is that? That's hard. That's horrible. Why is that so grainy? That's a 1080p. Why does that look like crap? I don't get that. Well, maybe it's because I have it zoomed in. You know, that's like the only thing I could think. I guess the more that you're zoomed in, the worse that the. Maybe I can change the autofocus. I can change it. Ooh, ooh. No, I better leave autofocus on. What is all this stuff? Exposure and frame rate. Frame rate, exposure, priority. Choose whether to prioritize between frame rate, which maintains a constant FPS, or exposure to maintain correct level of light. I don't think we have any issues with that. I think just the biggest issue is if I zoom it in, it starts looking grainy looking. Alright, and if I were to do this, let me see, so if I were to stand, like, say, here, painting, you'd be able to see, right? Yeah. But you don't need you're not really seeing anything with the other thing up there unless I were to like move that over and up, so I don't think you'd really need to have two cameras. Not the creepy camera that slowly sinks down. That's too funny. Put my guitar pick in there, see if that'll keep it up from sliding. And I can't get it any brighter in here. I guess the light is bright enough. Unless I put this up and knock everything out of the way. So let's see. Paint, 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 paint. Paint, 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 paint. You could see me. You could see me painting. How about if I had the palette up? If I have the palette up too, you'd be able to see that. I mean, really, both of the pictures are kind of like the same thing. Limpy. Yes, Limpy, come left. Left, Limpy. There you go. This is actually a smaller canvas. There's something else I probably would need to do different too. Since I don't need to hear anything, I need you to listen to like voice quality, because if I'm going to do this, I'm going to try to do it without the headset on, which means first of all, I'm going to do a sound check with you to see how I sound, first of all with the headset, but the microphone not near me, and if not, I'm going to use my webcam mic, because I have two of them. So actually, I could bring this over to here and have that right under there. Maybe I could even have it hanging up here. Nah. That's retarded. How does this sound right here? Is my voice sound muffled? It probably sounds distant and far away. I sound decent. Alright. I'm going to change the microphones. Hold on. Microphone. I'm going to go over to... Test. Alright, this is the microphone that is on not Mr. Limpy, but on the high definition one. So this is what it would sound like right here. I don't know how the sound is. You say the sound is better. This sounds better than the headphone. And you can still hear me pretty clear on this one. Alright, now let's try Mr. Limpy mic and see if, I mean, even if that sounds good, we'll try almost see what Mr. Limpy mic sounds like. I sound like an adult now. Alright, so this is Mr. Limpy mic, or Mr. Limpy camera, the limp camera. It looks like Mr. Limp camera is, yeah. Hey STN, how you doing this morning? I sound like an adult now. Yeah. I don't know if the microphone on this one sounds any better than the microphone on the other one. Bad on Limpy. Alright. We'll get back to the other. Oh, this is funny. Well, that's probably based on the amount of money, the difference between the two cameras too. I can always set the sensitivity also on these as well. I can bring the volume. Well, there's max right there. Sound check. Test. All right. That's too loud. I'll take it back down to normal. Okay. Now this is trial and error now. We're just trying to figure some stuff out. For some reason, the Mr. Limpy camera is half of it's off the screen. So let's figure out what's going on here. Alright, Mr. Limpy. No, that's just how I have it set up. Alright. Well, and if I'm standing over here, my voice will probably be projecting that way anyway. So, alright. The only other thing I would need to do is if you're curious what I am getting ready to do, I will put this up on the screen. Screen share. And what do you want to share? I want to share that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this. I have to go bio and I'm going to get some, well, I already got water, but I'm going to get a little bit more water. Oh, that is what I probably am going to mess around with. Close my cabinet. You can't even see my cabinets. And they're closed, by the way, but I will hydrate. But I will go close something. I'll go close my bathroom door when I get done using it here. Remember, this is a practice painting. When I actually do an official painting, I will make a posting on the DDO forums. This is just mainly because when I do it officially, I want to make sure that, you know, it's the best way that I can do it with what I have. So, yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just going to run over this way. And let me change the name of the stream. Let's see, this is going to be practice painting. How about that? Practice painting a DDO scene. Storm horns. There we go. And what I can do actually with this, now that I'm thinking about it, I can actually leave this right down here in the corner, or up here in this corner. No, let's put it under here. No, that'll, I guess it really don't matter because you're not going to, you're going to see me up on the other screen anyway. You don't need to see my big fat belly close up.
Fit, stretch, stretch. Ooh, no. Fit, fill. No. Well, I guess that ain't. Wait a minute. What do we got here? No, that cuts off some of it. Stretch. Ugh. Well, fit. Whatever. Let's see how that looks. I wish it was a little bit brighter in here. That would help. Mr. Limpy is make the canvas have a chrome filter on white and put the reference. Do what now? Make the canvas have a chrome filter on white and put the reference behind it. Will look like you're. Oh, I see what. No, no, I'm not going to do that. I know what you mean though. That's like kind of like a blue screen a little bit. Like have a blue. It's kind of, but it'd be a white screen. Yeah, yeah. All right. So, but you can see the painting, like what that is. You can see the canvas. So let me get some stuff out here of my painting box. This is huge, by the way. This is very big. You can see this big tote. It's full of Bob Ross stuff. Setting up takes a while. But before I even set up, I can get the underpainting done. So as you can see on the painting, I don't know, maybe I could stretch that. It wouldn't look right though. Fill? No. Stretch. But I can change the shape of that, right? I can make that come down that way, come down that way, come down that way, and kind of do it like that. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Gotta get it off my canvas though. Can come over that way more. That might be good right there. Lock all this stuff. Lock. Alright. You're excited to see. I'm excited if I can even paint. I haven't painted in years. Probably can just put black gesso on the. I haven't used these paints a long time too. They might not even be any good. I mean, I don't know. Mr. Limpy, he might be down a little too far. Don't want you looking up my nose either. You don't get to see my belly. You don't get to see my nose hair. You can see that. I'm just checking. See if you can see everything with the cameras. Just trying to get. I wish I knew. Oh, that's Firefox. That's what that is. I was wondering what window that was. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. All right, so I'm a certified Bob Ross painting instructor. I used to teach classes and I have painted, a bunch of paintings. I'm not a pro. I enjoy painting, but I haven't painted in years, but I can still paint. I've dabbled here and there, made very small paintings before on the side of headsets and stuff like that for some people. Um, but yeah, if looking at this painting right here, there's a lot of ways that I could paint this painting. And the two things that I'm looking at is, like, if you're just looking at the painting itself or the portrait that you already see and looking at my canvas, this area up through here is obviously it's blue in your mountain. Down through here it's relatively dark, even though we see that there's light like the green and stuff like that, but it's very vibrant. And I don't need to paint really I don't have to underpaint anything really. I don't have to put black gesso on this. I could just do the whole thing with liquid white and darken in the bottom with brown or black or something like that. But if I paint this whole lower section in black gesso, it's just going to make color stick out even more and make it look more vibrant and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do, this is black gesso. It's Bob Ross. Woo-hoo. And all this is an acrylic paint. Everything else will be oil, but acrylic dries quick. And ooh, water just came out of it. I'm gonna have to shake this up a little bit. Like I said, I have not used these in a long time, so this may not even be a painting at all because I don't know if any of the oil paints are still good or not. They should be. I haven't used them in like 7 years, some of them, but it's oil. It's not like it's going to dry out. Not in a tube. Let's try this again. All right. So all I'm doing is I'm just painting down here black. And it looks like it would probably come up to about here and come down. Actually, even up here. It doesn't have to be exact. It's just an idea now. That comes over here and maybe up a little bit up this way. If I wanted to, I could maybe like do the indication of maybe some background stuff that's going on back here in the background. Once again, it really don't matter what's happening in the back. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be covering up. Some of this stuff will be covered up, some of it won't. I'm more curious to see how much stuff is showing up, which it looks like it's showing up pretty good actually. Let's not forget this big, huge main tree. Right, where's that sucker at? Right here. I'll go ahead and underpaint that one. So I have to do with that. And once again, I didn't even really need to do this. There's really no need to do that, but I can. And once again, couple little duders here and there. If you're ever doing, not so much with black gesso, but if you're ever painting like background trees or stuff, where you're doing like a whole row of them, What you never want to do is you never want to keep everything the same length. You don't want to look like a fence post in the background. So that's why, you know, some are high, some are lower, some are thicker, some are thinner. And there'll be a trail that comes out through here. That'll actually look pretty cool when all that's done. Happy little trees. These are some happy. They will be happy trees. Let me see what else is on here. Anything else significant? And like I said, this will not be an exact painting, but you know, it's when I get done, you'll be like, oh, okay, that could be something I've seen before in DDO. Maybe. And this will need to dry actually. So I will be taking a little bit of time. This is where I'll set up the rest of my palette and stuff like that, and figure out what colors I need. And I have to rinse out the foam brush. Feel free to ask any questions while I'm doing this. I probably should turn off the air conditioner while I'm doing this. You don't want to hear that much of that background noise. Let's say this foam brush is about had it. It's falling apart. Oh yeah. But once again, it's very, very, very old. Bye bye, foam brush. You will be missed. There's some stuff that we definitely don't need to have on the table here. Like I don't need all this paper. I definitely don't need anything more school related. Oh, homework done, tests done. Get rid of all that stuff. Just get it out of here. Pens, other paper, that can go in, that can get flipped up. Alright, here's the palette. We'll get Mr. Limpy, we'll bring him over here real quick to look down at the palette while I set it up. How did I do yesterday? I did decent on my first exam. My second one I know I failed 100% for sure, but it's alright because that second class is not a class that I really needed to pass. If I do pass, it's fine. My midterm grade in it was a C. Even if I get just a D, I don't care. It'll be fine. What is this? Liquid white. Liquid white. Thank you for asking. I'm just glad school's done and over. wasn't really planning on doing this, but you know, it's kind of like a spur of the moment thing. Baby wipes. You need baby wipes. What do you need baby wipes for? Baby wipes is the absolute most perfect thing to get paint off your fingers and off of everything else, and to lightly clean your brushes in between painting colors. There's floral paint in here also for when you, for florals. I don't need that. It's soft colors. I don't need any of that. No, no, no. Alright. Baby wipes are probably dried out. So you just add, all you do is add water. Add water to it. It brings them back to life. Baby wipes. They still have whatever stuff that's in them. Baby wipes just dry out. You add water to them. A little bit of water. Bring the moisture back. Let's see. What else do I need? There's red. There's brown. Yellow ochre. Yes, black. I was looking for that one. Look at these colors everywhere. What's that? Dark sienna? Do I already have dark sienna? Unless alizarin crimson. Oh yeah, I got dark sienna right there. Alright. like I said, I haven't used these colors in a long time, so I might have to knead them a little bit. There's some colors I probably don't even need. Like I don't see anything. I'm not going to need phthalo green. There's nothing. Phthalo green is used a lot for mainly for seascapes and stuff, so I don't need that. Let's see. One of the biggest ones you'll be using more than anything else is titanium white. It's like one of your main colors that you use. I could already see oil coming out with them. So I'm not sure how this is going to turn out with this oil being so old. This may not even be a paint day. You know, I don't know. We'll see. I hope I'm able to paint. I mean, it's coming out. I might have to dig that hole open a little bit. That's crazy. That's like oozing slowly out of there. Yes, little mama. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I am a certified Bob Ross instructor. I was going to attempt to paint the scene that you see right there on the left-hand side, which is part of Stormhorns. I haven't painted a painting in I don't know, probably 7 or 8 years. It's been a long time since I've done a paint. I have doodled with like other little bits and pieces of paint and stuff like that, little doodle stuff, but I have not done like a serious painting in a long. And this isn't really even meant to be like a super serious painting. This is like a practice painting that I'm going to do for when I actually do stream like a live painting, and I'm going to have a lot of viewers because I'll post it on the DDO forums, you know, like 2 weeks out, saying, hey, you know, in 2 weeks I'm going to be painting this scene or whatever scene it is that I'm going to do. And these paints I have not used in a long time, so they are really thick, which is great for the titanium white. You want the titanium white to be, you know, for doing mountains, it should break really, really good. Like when you look at the mountain peaks, like as a viewer and somebody who doesn't paint, like look at the mountain peak right now, and you're like thinking, oh my God, how could you paint something like that? There's so many things going on in that mountain, little nooks and crannies and stuff like that. But honestly, you don't paint all the little nooks and crannies. They just happen when you lightly hold the palette knife and you take the paint and you pull it across the mountain. As you've listened to Bob, the canvas takes off what it wants and gives the rest back. Basically, the paint is coming off unevenly off of the knife onto the palette, onto the canvas, I mean, and so it makes it look like your paint is breaking, and that's what gives it all the little nooks and crannies. And then you can come back in and do little not highlights, but darkening shading spots here and there. Yes, a happy little mountain. All right, so we got the big fat wad of titanium white on there right now. Oh, look at that. That looks like a bird uh, was very constipated and it, whoops, Mr. Limpy fell and then it had to go. Poor Mr. Limpy. This second camera is now called as the Mr. Limpy because it will not stand up by itself. It slowly sags down, so it is referred to as Limpy Cam. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Get back into painting. Painting is fun. Phthalo. Whoops, they can't see where I'm pointing at now. Phthalo green would. I still can't see. I can't really do it no further. Mr. Limpy's going to turn into Mr. Fall. Maybe if I pull that out, maybe that'll help. That might help. Let's see. There we go. The camera's like really zoomed in on that one. But phthalo green would go here and then phthalo blue. But I don't need phthalo blue or phthalo green because green is normally is used for seascapes. You don't let the camera fall to the paint that way. What I'm doing is I'm kneading the paint because it hasn't been used for so long. A lot of the oil will separate from the paint. It's easier on a tube that's not so full like this one's, gorged. As soon as I take the cap off and as soon as I go to squirt this, there'll probably be a lot of like liquid material that'll come out. But I needed it pretty, yeah, well there's a little bit right there. You can see it. That will be used to make the happy sky. Everything's happy in our world. Happy, 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 joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy. All right. There's another blue that comes with this. It just ain't phthalo blue. There's another blue. It's a darker blue. It's called Prussian blue. And mind you, these colors are in other. This is Bob Ross paint, but some of these words you would see in other name brand paints. Some of them are similar. Some have different names. Actually, I don't know why, but he added the P to the name. It used to be just phthalo blue, phthalo green, but he added a P in front of it. P8. Yeah, so it's like P T H A L. So it's like phthalo green, phthalo blue. Ugh. And I'll put, look at all that juice coming out of that one. I'm going to have to sop some of that up. Guarantee you I haven't painted for so long. I used to be really careful, would never get paint on myself, but I guarantee you, because I have not painted in so many years, I will look like a smurf by the time I'm done painting today. Alright, Prussian Blue Midnight Black. What, the servers come up, like, oh, that's it, sorry guys. Back to playing. Just throw everything off to the side. Alright,
This is midnight black. And normally, if you're setting up your paint, it just helps anchor if you just like squeeze it into there. I think some of this paint's going to be sliding on me, so I'll have to really be careful today. I probably need a little bit more black than that. Probably more. I'm gonna black. Can always get more, but I think black's going to get used a good bit. And actually, even I'm gonna put a little bit dab more of the Prussian blue on, because this will be the mountain. You make some of the mountain colors with Prussian blue, midnight black, Van Dyke brown, and dark sienna. It really don't matter as long as you got a dark color. They actually got to the point where they made, instead of mixing a mountain color together, because Bob said we're going to mix a mountain color together, they actually made a paint called mountain color, and it's all it is basically like midnight black, Prussian blue, maybe some phthalo blue might be in there. I don't know if they might put a little bit of Van Dyke brown in it too. But that's really made for, honestly, it's made for, but it's not a very dark color, which it needs to be. You would still have to add, not black to it, but like brown. All right, where was I at? I did the midnight black, dark sienna. Where is dark sienna? Oh, dark sienna. There you are. Dark sienna is basically nothing more than like a light brown. I don't know if I'm gonna get anything out of this tube. Good grief. Yep. There's the ambulance. That thing runs. These fire trucks and ambulances run up and down this road so much. Well, let's see if I can manage to squeeze any color out of this thing. Maybe if I dab that first. There we go. Probably a good bit of brown will be used. I really don't know. Normally it doesn't take a lot of paint. Normally a lot of beginner painters will use a lot more paint than they need to. And if you put too much paint on the canvas, sometimes it can make it a little bit harder to paint because you have so much thickness of paint on the canvas. When you go to put another layer of paint on top of it, sometimes it can fight with you because you're trying to get something to stick on the canvas and instead it's blending with it. You don't want that. So if you're trying to add certain things into your painting. This is a funny name. It's Van Dyke Brown. I don't know where they come up with these names of these paints. It's like Dick Van Dyke, Van Dyke Brown. I'm not joking, man. That's the name of it. Van Dyke Brown. Alizarin Crimson. It's a pretty red. Does anybody know what two colors you mix together to make brown? I think at Christmas. I always call it Christmas brown. But two colors make brown. Don't be shy. Don't be Googling it either. So there's either no viewers, nobody cares, or nobody knows, or nobody wants to go, or somebody's Googling. Alizarin Crimson. Probably won't need a lot of that. maybe I probably needed some of these colors at all, but I'll put them on there just for the heck of it. One of the last colors that go up towards the top is going to be sap green. Man, that's thick. Woo. Oh my gosh, that's thick. Ooh-wee. Get out of there. I don't think my fingers are strong enough to push all this out. Daggone. If I'm going to get back into painting, I'm going to have to spend a little time cleaning these tubes up a little bit. They're absolutely messy. Alright. Next. Alright, so now I got all the dark colors down, the light colors. Which is going to be, first one's going to be cadmium yellow. And then it'll be yellow ochre, Indian yellow, bright red. And that will be a full palette of colors. Like I said, some of these colors I probably won't even be using, but I'm going to put them on the palette anyway, because for one, the paint's really old. Haven't used it in eons. Like I said, it's probably been a good 7 or 8 years since I've used this paint. It's nice to know that it's still able to come out of the tube. Point this up a little bit more. Stuff's falling into the paint. That ain't good. There we go. Like when Bob Ross set up his palette, he had all the colors to the top, and his yellows and stuff were down here at the bottom. I kind of do mine a little different. I kind of save the bottom part more for mixing colors together and stuff. That way I have this whole area to blend. Alright, there's yellow. Probably will end up needing more, but let's see. I think my next one's yellow ochre. That's what that one is. Yellow ochre feels good already. Like, that's soft. That's like a creamy feel right here. Even making a cool creamy sound. I bet you a lot of juice comes out of this one. I can see juice already. Looks like there's a decent amount of like an ochreish color in there. Let me see. That was yellow. Indian yellow. Do I even have any Indian yellow? Indian yellow. I don't see any Indian yellow. Indian yellow. Why would you call it Indian yellow? dang super stack of paints. What am I looking for? Indian yellow, right there in the middle. Brand new tube of paint. Never been opened. Yellow grr. Very nice. Come out good. And last but not least, a little dab of bright red. Bright red is a very strong color. Very strong. If you're highlighting your clouds to give them like a little reddish hue, man, do you only need like a little tiny dab. And I mean, just like a speck. Bright red is very strong. All right. So yeah, this is my that's my palette. Woohoo! That's the palette setup. There's all the paints going around. Very nice. Now what I'll do now is something called anchoring. I will anchor the paints. Since I will have the palette up in my hand most likely, instead of just having it sitting down. You don't want your... Aww. You know what just happened, right? Exactly what little Mama said that happened. Luckily it was the back end. Oh, that's too funny. Let's try this again. I probably can just gotta find a knife. What's all this stuff? Get that out of the way. As I was saying, what anchoring the paint in is, it's good to take the paint, like if it's here, take it and just pull it out flat like that. That's all you gotta do, is take it and just pull it out like that. Pull it out, pull it out. And I'll do that for all my colors. Pull it out. All right. That's all right. Anything that you get paint on, you just take off with baby wipes. Except carpet. I don't think you'll get it out of carpet. I have dropped paint on carpet before. Oh my, what a mess. Let's get Mr. Limpy back up in position. There we go. think I'm missing one thing, and that's... Oh, I know what it is. What can I use? Whatever I use, it'll ruin it, so I gotta be careful. What can I afford to... I know. Thing that my change is in. Something new for this. Nice. That's a lot of change. That's $30 worth of change. Move this over here. I really like to have, it would be nice to have like a light up here to help make it a little bit brighter. Let's see, I don't need that. These are fine. What I'm doing now is just getting my tools ready that I will need. I don't know exactly everything I need yet. That's why I'm sitting here figuring it out. I haven't painted in a while, so. Might take a moment or two to get my bearings back. Okay, 2 1-inch brushes. Get some oval brushes. 2 big fan brushes. And a small one. What else? Is there anything in here that is going to be, well, I need, don't look like it. I don't need a round brush. That might be it. Alright. I think we're just about ready to get things started. I gotta sweep whatever this is. It's on the floor that I'm standing on. It feels like I'm barefooted right now, but man, it feels like I'm standing on rocks. I don't know why. It is rocks. It's little pebbles. Where did those come from? Those fall off the mountain onto the floor? What is going on here? I'm going to take my palette and I will put it down on the bottom. Mr. Limpy, why are you looking at my belly? Because I'm going to be over here. What did I do with the cleaner? Oh, you know what? I might not need to ruin that. I'm not even using the right brush breeder thing. Let me get this. I might have that. Please be in there. Are you in there? You are not in there. Alright. Well, it was worth a chance. It was worth a shot. Just a little splash in there. Odorless. Mineral spirits. It says it's odorless, is it? Let's hope. Whew, don't want to be passing out. I don't smell anything. That's good. Hey, it is odorless. Awesome. Alright, now stop gushing and splashing everywhere. If anybody's just joining and you're like trying to figure out what the hell is going on, I'm going to attempt to paint a DBF scene. I've not done this in many years. Painting, that is. Honestly, it's more preparation than anything else. It's just getting the paint set up, getting the canvas set up, getting the palette set up, and you know that already takes a little bit of time to do. And when you have other things that add time to it, like my oils were thick, I had to knead them because I haven't knead the tubes a little bit. You know, just simple things like I got to move the garbage can over next to me. I had to sweep the floor where I was standing. I mean, all these little things start adding time to how long you're here painting. Trash can. Make sure I have room and I'm not tripping over stuff. Alright. Whew. Man, I think it's almost time to take a break after all that nonsense. Let me check something real quick. Let's see. I haven't actually looked at my stream other than on Twitch Studio. I just kind of like want to see how it looks. If for other people who are watching. All right, that don't look too bad, I guess. It'd be nice if I had the camera level a little bit more, which I can do. Put a couple quarters or something underneath that side. That looks like about 2/4 height. Maybe that'll work, right? That'll work. A little too high. Can you see me over here? Gotta wait for my stream so I can see my stream. All right, see you later. All right, little mama, I'll say you slack. I'll see myself later. See you later, little mama. Thank you. I'll have fun with Happy Trees. That's see ya. Oh, is the game back up? Well, that's it. Gotta go. Bye. Sorry. How long does it take for the canvas to dry? Well, acrylic dries within a few minutes, but the oil paint will take a while. The oil paint will take a while. It takes, depending, white is the slowest out of all the colors for it to like cure and get hard. It could take a couple weeks for the white. For it to become stable to where you might not smear your painting around a little bit, like 3 or 4 days for your darker colors. So that white still could smear. You would have to be careful with it. Really, once again, depends how much paint that you put on the canvas. New painters who, like I said, they put excess amount of paint on their canvas, so it takes forever for one of their paintings to dry. I normally tell them, like, you know, put it out in your garage and forget about it for a couple weeks, and then it'll be safe to touch. I have the rights to, what would you call it? I have the right to, what do you call that? I'm trying to think of what the word's called. When we get our certification, we legally have the right to use the copyrighted name of Bob Ross. What we cannot do, I could not do this. I could not say this cup of water right here and draw Bob Ross on it, say this is an official Bob Ross cup. You can purchase this for $5. I do not have the right to do that. But I do have the absolute right for anything Bob Ross related, using Bob Ross materials. I can sell Bob Ross materials. I have the absolute right to do that too. Because we get Bob Ross material at we purchase it at a discount, like 50% for us. What, for him to set stuff up? Oh yeah. Well, he made 3 paintings. Whenever you seen a painting on TV, there were 3 of them. He had the painting that he did before the show as a reference painting. And basically what that would be, a painting that was like everything was in it that he would like to try to get on the live show. A painting that he practiced with and said, okay, it took me about 30-ish minutes to do this. You know, I want this cabin in it, I want this tree in it, you know, I want this in there and everything. And then he set that painting off to the side. And then that's why a lot of times you'll see him looking over at something. He's looking at the painting that he already painted. And then he paints the painting that you watch in the half-hour video. Then after the video is over, he paints a 3rd painting. But this one he takes all his time and puts all the extra detail in it. Because if you ever see a Bob Ross painting, not one that he's done in 30 minutes, but I'm talking about a Bob Ross painting, and you would have to, I don't think their office is open in Chantilly, Virginia anymore, but if you were to go to Chantilly, Virginia, if it was still there, and able to go in and look at the Bob Ross paintings, you would not believe the amount of detail and how vibrant his actual paintings are compared to what he did on TV in 30 minutes. It's like night and day almost. I couldn't believe it because a lot of people criticize it, like, oh, Bob Ross paintings, you know, that's okay for a beginner or something like that. They're never really that great at paintings. Well, you never really seen a fully done Bob Ross painting before, because I'll tell you, well, some of those are breathtaking that he has done. All right, what I am going to apply now on this, normally if you did a painting with not having black gesso or anything on it, you would like do it. You would put a liquid white on here, and that way, so you could blend color on the canvas. But I have black gesso here. I wouldn't want to put liquid white on that. So what this is called right here, this is called liquid clear. And this is the same thing as like liquid white, except it's liquid clear. You do not need much of this at all. Like, if you put too much liquid clear on, your paint will literally just slide off. That's probably all I need right there. I would just take that little dab that I put on there. And even when I'm done this, I will take a paper towel and still wipe the excess off. That's a smell I haven't smelled in a while. Woo-hoo. Alright. Now there's liquid clear, like I said, on this brush. So I don't need that on there anymore. But I'm not going to clean my brush yet until I put the liquid white on the canvas. I will really wary about having these paints sit right over top of my computer. I wait for liquid clear to fall off into the top of my computer. All right. B&L rockin' friends. Stoner rock. But I'm not a stoner. I'm no stoner. There you go. Tell you what though, it's getting, I do gotta turn this air conditioner back on for a moment. It'll get hot in here. I don't know how much harder that makes it to hear me or not. This is liquid white. Same thing as what liquid clear is, but it's white. This is what Bob used for majority of his paintings. Once again, you don't need too much of this. I won't need a bunch of it anyway because I don't need to put anything on the lower half of the painting. It's like, oh, it's covering up the black back there. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But it's fine. I can still see it through the white. My question would be, you want to make sure you have the right amount on there. Is it too much? Is it not enough? You always do the finger test. If you put your finger on there and take it off, let me see which camera. This camera maybe? Yeah. There you go. If you can see your fingerprints through there, then it's the right amount. If it looks like you picked up a powdered donut and set it down, you barely have anything on your fingers, it's not enough. If you can't see like anything on your finger, just look like it's white, it's too much. And you would say, well, how how do you take excess paint off? Well, just like I did with, well, I haven't done yet with the liquid clear. You take a paper towel, and you just start wiping off excess. That's all you got to do. And believe me, there's still paint on there. There's still paint on that. And you just come back and just reblend. And that's fine. Now, let's see if we can see this. Trash can out of the way. The best part of painting. I dip the brush into some paint thinner. It's the odorless. Be sure it's odorless, as Bob says. I have a brush beater rack that's in the bottom of this, right in there. And I can take the brush back and forth. And then, if you want, you don't have to, but if you want, you can go down here. Just beat the devil out of that thing. Hell yeah, there we go. Just beat the devil out of it. Alright. That's the best part. Beat the devil out of it. Alright, so let's look at this painting. What do we got going on here? Well, it looks like to me there's some blue sky going on. It's a light blue sky. I wouldn't want to use, like, say, Prussian blue or any of my dark blue like that. But I can use like a light blue, like phthalo blue. Just get a little bit on the brush. Oh, there we go. It shows up on that pretty good. I don't start off with a lot of paint in the brush. You can always add paint. It's harder to take paint off the canvas than it is adding it on. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with just getting a little bit of light paint on there, really light, and then you just come up and you know, just dance in the color. Start dancing in a blue sky. I'm not using a lot of pressure. It's fairly light. Using like little crisscross strokes, as Bob would say. So we'll crisscross back and forth. You won't see really any of this down here, but I'll paint it blue anyway. You know, mountain will probably cover a lot of this up, but you still paint it because the sky is still technically back there, even though you can't see it. There might be a place that peeks through. You might not even know it exists. You might see it barely through something. And try not to paint everything. Some of it, does that show? Yeah, it does show up. Okay. Some of it you leave lighter in some places than other places. Something like that right there. That's just the basic color. Up in the corners, now it ain't so much in this painting. Maybe it is, maybe it ain't. Can't really tell too much. But something that a lot of painters will do is you have darker corners in a painting. And the reason why you have darker corners and a lighter center is it draws your eyes to the center of the painting. If the center was all dark and the corners were light, your eyes would tend to go towards the edges of the painting. So by just coming back up in here, I did phthalo blue, but now I'll go into a little bit of the Prussian blue. It's just a little darker blue, not much. Could even use a little bit of midnight black in there if you wanted to. I'll just come up and darken this corner just a little bit. Just a little bit. Maybe a little bit more blue. There we go. Move it over here. Darken that a little bit. Maybe across the top a little bit too. Alright. That's it for the sky. I mean, for the sky, I haven't done clouds yet. Let's see. I'm going to. What I do with my baby wipes? So I don't have to clean the brush all the time. I use baby wipes just to lightly, get off paint. Especially if I'm still going to be using the same color. If I just need excess paint. You can even beat the brush if you want to. But like all I got to do is just take this. And that's just getting off, like I said, excess paint. I'm just going to come up here and just blend this all out. It gets rid of all these little strokes that are up there. It just kind of brings the sky together. Just like that. Oh, it looks like a sky already, and I haven't even done anything yet. You think it looks like a sky? Maybe. Alright, turn this a little bit. Turn it more. You can see it coming together. Alright, so this scene does not have a huge amount of, I mean, it does have clouds, but it's not what makes the painting. You could absolutely paint this painting right now without really putting any clouds in there at all, but I'm not going to do that. I will put the indication of some little clouds. Man, there are so many different ways to paint clouds, so many different ways, and I will show you. Obviously you're using white. You can, for beginners who are painting clouds, you can use the top end of this brush. See how the top of them's pulled down? You could just use I'm not using the whole brush, just like the top edge of the brush. I know that might be hard to see. Maybe you like that. There you go. I would be just tapping like that. All I'm doing is when you paint a cloud, all you're focusing on is what the top of the cloud looks like. Could care less of the bottom of the cloud, the rest of the cloud. You don't care about the rest of it, because all that gets blended anyway. What makes a cloud look like a cloud is its defining lines across its edges. But these clouds right here, another way, let me before I get on that, another way you can paint clouds, more traditional Bob, is he would use a fan brush, and he would load it up with some paint, and then he would come in, where are we at? I'm trying to find out on the big camera. He would make swirls with it, swirls. This would actually make a more profound cloud, like very thick with paint. A very thick, fluffy cloud. But we don't have that in this painting. These are light, fluffy clouds. So light, fluffy cloud, I am going to paint with the 2-inch brush, and all I'm going to do that is I'm just going to come up here not with this brush, because this brush got dark on it, and I'll save that for some dark later on. I have lots of brushes going, so I'll use a clean brush here. And just in the top part, there we go. I even tell like my students stuff like that. I said, you could practice on your palette before you even take it up to the painting. You could sit here and practice tapping, But this is what you're doing. You're just tapping the top part of that bristle in there. That piece of paint's getting ready to fall. Look like a little dangling turd. All right, here we go. This paint's so thick though, I'm not really sure how this is going to work. I will be very curious. I may have to add some liquid white to this. I may. I don't know. I'll find out once it hits the canvas. That's another thing too. You need to see what your brush is doing when you go up to the canvas. You have to see like what is it doing right now when I go up here. Well, let's see. There's some clouds there in the background. I'm looking more like at the center of the painting right now. So it looks like there might be some clouds right here. And I may have to go to the 1-inch brush because this is kind of hard to see and do with this big one, which is fine because I'm not using a full-size canvas. This is actually a smaller canvas, so smaller canvas, I'll use a smaller brush. It is no big deal. I will use a 1-inch brush. Gosh, this paint is thick. I know I'm going to have to add something to it. All right. There we go. I only care about the top of the cloud. That is it. That's all I care about. Making shape. What you don't want to do, like if you're making clouds, you don't want to make powder puffs in the sky. You don't want to just come up here and make a round ball. You want to give this thing some character. I'm gonna have to add liquid. I'm gonna have to add liquid white to this. There's no getting around it. This white paint is so thick. It's so thick from not being used for such a long time. But you gotta be careful because you don't want to make it too thin. And I got, hold on a second, I got some blue liquid paint trying to come down and get me because it's so thin. There we go. Like I said, I don't want to turn into a Smurf. Give me these light fluffy clouds. This like I said, this painting doesn't really have so much of that in it. Like I said, you only really could care less what's happening down in here. You're just thinking about your upper edge, your outer edge. This won't be an exact duplicate of what you see there. Obviously, I wouldn't want to duplicate it perfectly anyway, but it would take a lot of extra time to see exactly everything that's going on in it. But like I said, I noticed that you have the main part there in the middle. There's obviously some clouds off here. The left-hand side also, like right in here. Woo, made that one. That one came out. I'm gonna show you a mess up. I'm gonna do it down here because the mountain's going down there anyway. I ain't gonna say it's really a mess up. I'm gonna say what typical people, like beginners, do when they make a cloud. Like they don't know how to really do them or whatever. They come up here with the paintbrush and they'll hit and do this. They'll keep hitting the same spot over and over again. And that's what you get. And I know it's hard to see, but you get like this cotton ball, right? I mean, are there clouds that look like cotton balls? Absolutely. There are clouds that look like cotton balls, but we try to stay away from the cotton balls. But you can fix this. There's many ways to do it. One, you could blend it out with the blue that's already on there. You could absolutely blend that out if you want to. But if you don't want to do all that, all you got to do is this is going to disappear anyway when I make the mountains. All you got to do is take with what you already got and bring it up. Give it character now. Give it character. Make it come up a little bit more here, there, and there you go. Boom. It turns into a cloud. Just like that. It's magic. It's not really magic, but you can pretend it's magic. Alright, let's do some little duders out here. Maybe there's something that's coming over there a little bit. I don't know. I'll have it come down. And yeah, there's a lot of little faint, distant clouds going on here and there in the painting and stuff like that. But we don't have to get too crazy because, like I said, this painting isn't the focus. Isn't the clouds. Clouds is just fluff. That's all the clouds are. They're fluff, literally. All right. Now I want to blend those. You can blend those with a 2-inch brush. Traditionally, that's what Bob would do. He would use a 2-inch brush, and all you do is just like make little circular strokes. You don't want to hit the edges of your cloud. You just want to tickle your clouds a little bit. Just a little tickle, tickle, tickle. All I'm doing is just basically like doing little C's, like little see me see yous on there. Then once you do that, you can lightly pull up. Oh, forgot about this little duder up here. Little duder. There he goes. Lightly pull up and can lightly go across. Now, if I want to, I absolutely can come back and let's see. If I want, I can make I can add a little bit more detail into some of these, giving them more depth by highlighting another part of the cloud, leaving dark in there. It might be really hard to see on the camera, but it's there. Like I said, you can use a blender brush too, which Bob has. That just come in and you can just blend, just using the corner, blend all this, and there you go. That's it. I'm not really going to mess anymore with the clouds. Like I said, that's not really the really huge, big part of this painting. I do got to get this paint that is trying to keep leaking down onto my finger off of there. All right. So let's start with the back. We're in the background. I'll probably use 2 different kinds of knives with this. I'll use a big knife and a small knife. I'll use a small knife for the very back distant. Back distant one looks like it's almost in the center of the painting. So we'll make up some mountain color. I'm just going to use some Van Dyke Brown and dark sienna. Maybe throw a little bit of crimson in there. Do a little bit of sap green. And we'll add some Prussian blue. Make a nice, there we go. Oh, okay, it's over here. Make a nice little mountain mixture. I don't know if anybody was in the room here earlier when I was asking what 2 colors make brown. I said, think of Christmas time. What 2 colors make brown? I call it Christmas brown. Don't Google it. Take a guess. Correct, green and red. Christmas colors. That's why I call it Christmas brown. It's really hard to determine. I'm not talking about your main mountain, but the small one that's in the background to the right of that, and then your bigger one that's up on the right hand side. That's the two that we're going to be focusing on right now. So make a mountain, all you do is pull your paint out flat. I don't know, I'm trying to figure it. Pull your paint out flat, just cut across it, that way you get that little roll of paint on the edge. There you go, you get a good see of it. And it's the same way with the clouds. You don't really need to worry about what happens at the bottom of the mountain or down below. The only thing you care about is the edge, the top edge. It's the only thing that you really care about. All right, I'm going to, let me see how far up the mountain. It's about in here. And another thing too, if you're unsure about like making a mountain, you can make a mountain grow, but it's hard to make them shrink. So like the main mountain, the peak of it may come up, say up to here somewhere, right? But the one beside it is all the way down here. And if I had put that up too high, well, it's hard. Once you put dark paint on a canvas, it's really impossible to take it off. I mean, you would just have to pretty much just take paint thinner and try to wipe the whole thing down and start over fresh again. But you can make a mountain grow. It's good. It's better if you were to, like, say, start down here with your mountain, like right here. And if I need to go higher, I absolutely can. And like all I care about is the edge of this mountain. That's all I care about. A common mistake that people make when they make mountains, and I'll do this low because it doesn't matter what happens down here because this is all going to be getting paint over. Sometimes people, when they make mountains, new beginners, they come up to the peak of their mountain and they do another one like right beside it like that. Looks like teepees or boobies or whatever. And you don't want teepees or booby mountains. You want to try to make mountains. Maybe there's a little tiny peak on that one. Looks like there is, maybe. Come up a little bit with that. Come down with it. And it just, honestly, it'll fade into trees in another mountain, which is the other big main one that's up there to the side. So pull my paint out flat, cut across. And this one's actually pretty close to the top. This one's like way up here. And maybe, I guess it's coming down, and it eventually runs into this one at some point in time. What else? It has a little nodule beside it that comes up, like right there. Scratch a lot of this excess off. As a matter of fact, one of the there's already a mistake that I made that I just realized that I did that I shouldn't have done, and that was use this dark color for this mountain over here, because it's going to be hard now to make this really light looking. So I made a mistake, but that's okay, because you absolutely can fix mistakes. Call them happy accidents. It'll just be a little bit more difficult for me to make this mountain look like it's in the distance. Had I done it in light blue, like it would automatically make it look like it's further in the background. And there are a couple ways to remedy that. If I wanted to right now, I could get a paper towel. I can't get this paint off here, but I absolutely can get a lot of excess paint off of this thing. I really don't care about the tops of them right now because I can come back and reshape the tops. That's to say, when you're painting, don't be afraid to paint. A lot of people don't paint because they're afraid to paint. They're afraid they might mess up their painting. Well, I just messed mine up, but I didn't really mess it up. It's just using a paper towel. And I've already made this look a lot lighter. Don't care about that down there. Let's see. I'll give this game's up. Not to distract. I know I heard. That's why I said it's time for me to go. I can't do this anymore. I gotta go play. So, but yeah, like what happened back here in the background is not the end of the world. Like I said, it could have been done with very light blue, light gray, and stuff like that. But you know, it's done. What's been done is done. You can't change anything with it now. But I can go in here and a little bit of blue, a little bit of white. So add some bluish color to this. Probably could do this with a fan brush. Actually, a lot of this is going to be covered up anyway with the mountains. With trees. Like that. That is what you could have used back here in the background to make that more like that color. Came down, put this peak on here. It'll take a little while to get this fixed. But ain't nothing we can't fix, can fix anything. Can fix it, can fix it. That mountain is, let's see, it doesn't need to be any taller because the trees, the side of that comes down, the trees come down. Really, a lot of this is going to be covered up. Really, anything you need to worry about is just the top of this thing, honestly, just up here. Like right there. That's all, really, honestly, that's about all I need to worry about right here to that point. And the next one is down here. It looks like it's a little sharper peak. Probably comes up into there. Again, it's in the background. Don't care about all this nonsense under here. Don't care about it at all. Trees are going to be covering up that part. Trees are going to be coming up and covering all this up through here anyway. So really, the only thing I'm really focusing on is just this mountain right here. It's going to be in the background. And this up here. But they're so far in the back. Another
another small fan brush. It's so far in the back, you don't want to highlight it too much. Which side is the light coming from? It's coming from the left-hand side. Okay. That's alright. You can come back and fix that. Real simple. The light is coming from the left-hand side, and it looks like it just comes up here. Something like that. Yeah, I guess you can see it a little bit on there. Wish it was clearer. Need the other side darker. Too dark. Ooh, don't want to highlight too much. Ooh, just a little bit. There's another peak beside that one. That kind of comes down here like this. Still part of that. And there is this other one here. It really don't matter too much down through there because that's all going to be trees coming up through there anyway. Come back, get into a little bit more dark color, not too bad, not too much. Come in and put some shadow in here. You're glued to this. I just hope it's showing up okay. Well, it's actually kind of hard for you to see the mountain, the detail of it, which there isn't. I mean, it shows enough, but it looks kind of blurry and grainy. Always look at your brush too before you take it up to the canvas, because sometimes you might accidentally hit a dark color and you don't know, because I almost did. You'll go up to your canvas to go highlight something in white. When you go to highlight, it'll have this big black streak going through it. You're like, ugh! It almost happened. You can see right there in my white, I got that black splotch in there. Another thing, you don't want to dilly-dally and doodle with stuff too much. You don't want to keep tinkering and messing with it. Normally it's, one hit and go, one hit and go. That's it. You don't want to, because the more you mess with it, you a lot of times you turn something that looked good into something that you end up blending it all together, and it doesn't look like anything anymore. It doesn't have that distinctness to it anymore. That character that it did have, it's gone. So, all right. The bottom mountain now. The bottom mountain kind of comes up to this weird little peak point. Like I said, it doesn't need to be exactly the same, but it looks like it's even further back, but it looks like it comes up, kind of like that a little bit. I don't need to have it exactly the same, but like I said, I could care less what's going on down here. You could just wipe your brush off down here. You tend not to make, like I said, real pointy type mountains, because reality, not too many mountains look like they come up to sharp points. This has got a little bit of blue in it, so I will grab some blue, put this one to highlight. Gotta have a little bit more white in this one. Care less what's happening down here. I just want to make it look like there's light on the left-hand side, and I can come back in with just a little bit of dark color. I think I had two small fan brushes going. Looks like I had two big ones going. I need two small ones going. Some of this is a little harder to get to. I go back into a little bit of darker color. Remember, like, stand over here, kind of like loading up my brush, load it up. And just come over and try to make it look like that's in the background. You can even put a little couple dark spots in it. All right, and like I said, a tree's going to be coming up through here anyway, so a lot of it don't matter too much. But that's kind of like the basics of that mountain. Now, when you're looking at these mountains, they look kind of close. I mean, they look in the distant. They still look like they're back. It definitely looks like they're back behind this part. But we're going to push them back further, because we got power to do that. We got power to push the mountains around, We're going to push the mountains. We're going to push them. Get back there. Get back behind me, mountain. Now we're going to use some of this darker color, and we'll make this big mountain. This can be scary, right? People might get scared going this part. I'm scared. I haven't painted in 7 years. I'm scared. I could be making a mess. All right. Oh, it's raining outside. Gotta go. Sorry, it's raining. I gotta go. Gotta go play in it. I'm just checking. All right. Let's pick the main part of the mountain, the top part, and there's the center. This is another thing too. If you're painting,
if you're painting, there are a couple things like I said you try to avoid. The peak of a mountain, you would not want to put it dead center in a painting. You just don't. If you ever really look at paintings, you know, you might have somebody has in there, but if you look, normally the peak is sitting off center. You just don't want to have the peak in the center of the painting. Same way with the number of things. Like normally you wouldn't want to have an even amount of clouds. You wouldn't want to have like say 1, 2, 3, 4 clouds. You would like to have maybe 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You always try to hit because our mind wants to automatically even things up, make things equal on both sides, and normally nature isn't like that. Nature doesn't evenly have trees growing the same. Nature doesn't have the even amount of clouds floating around, an even amount of curves, an even amount of angles, and even mountain peaks. It's not an even amount. You know, everything is odd looking. So when you paint odd. That's what you try to do. Try to do. Come up a little bit more. No, too high. All right. In here. There we go. All right. Where was that? The top part of the mountain. So it's a little left of center. So let's just say the peak is right here. Once again, you can make the mountains grow. So maybe I'll start the mountain right here. Woo! Whoa, man, was that scary? And where does it come to? It looks like it comes down, and then it maybe comes up to another little peak. It's going to come up somewhere in here, something like that. This is a little bit harder to do because I'm working on a smaller canvas. Once again, I only care about the mountain's going to grow, but I'm just going to continually push that up like that. I'm going to continually push, and it looks like it's maybe there's a little nipple that sticks out there. I think a little nipple sticks out. Yeah, a little deuter, kind of boop, right there, and it comes down. It doesn't really come down this sharp, but I'm running out of canvas here. If I really wanted to make this painting like a really good, this is practice. This is just a practice painting. If I really wanted to get into making a really good painting, like maybe one that I would make and sell, I would do this on I got a 20 by 30 up there. I can definitely get a bigger one, but the 20 by 30 is that's a pretty big canvas. That one would be like way out to here. It'd be huge. All right, so we're gonna push this mountain that you see back, and then the way we do that is just like, whoop, there it goes. It's back, and it'll go back even further when I put more paint, when I blend that out. This is a thicker mountain, so let's give it some more thickness and bring it up. I guess this peak's just going to have to come over more off the side. Now I know this is way too far over, but you know, like I said, the canvas is only so big. It doesn't need to be an exact replica. I really would like to have got a little bit more in here, but that's all right. Ran out of room. No big deal. Get all the excess paint off. You can really dig into that canvas too. You don't want to do it with the point. You're doing it with the flat of the knife. Alright, we'll blend this out. So, is this my dark brush? That's my light brush. This is the dark one. Alright, still pushing that mountain back. I'm just going to take this and do that. All this will get pushed back further once this part gets brought down. Once again, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Feel free to ask. I'll be more than happy. I just have to turn around every so often, which I do. I want to look at the camera. This is kind of laying in the kind of like the basic shape of the mountain, just blending it out. You can kind of like start to see little things that are happening in it. Could care less about what's down here at the bottom. There you go. Kind of like the beginning of a mountain. What is that flying in the background? A dragon? Am I gonna put a dragon in there? Man, I probably could. I could probably definitely paint. I'm not gonna do it right now, but that definitely looks like the indications of a dragon. Shoot, we'll put that puppy in there later on. Maybe we will. We'll see. It'd be fun. We can have dragons in there. It looks like a dragon. My baby wipes are acting crazy. Alright, well, considering how small all this is, I don't know if I'm going to highlight with the big knife or the small knife. I'll try with the big knife first, and then if it doesn't work out, I'll just switch over to the small. Let me clean off the palette here, son. Get rid of some of all this. I want to make sure my white is pure. I want to get all that nonsense that I had in there out of it. I want to move my brown paint off to the side. Just scoop it all up. See, just scoop all that up. I just put it right there. I got my white paint pure and clean again. That way I can pull it out flat. Because when you're going to paint mountains, actually they say this is the best paint. Like old paint is best for painting mountains because it'll break a lot easier. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out right now. All right, so highlighting. Got the paint, right? Put the knife on there. Know what I'm doing? I'm gonna do it nice and slow. See, you never really got to see that with Bob. I mean, he would show you the roll, but you never really get to see like the angle, kind of like that, and how it just put that roll of paint on the end of that knife. I mean, it's on there. And to make the like I said, make the highlights. Once again, I don't know if it'll be exactly perfect like that, but if you kind of look at the painting, like the highlight kind of starts up here at the top and it comes down off here a little bit, and there's some darkness or ridge, and then there's this one and stuff like that. I mean, there's so many different ways to do this, but I'm just going to normally when you highlight, you start with this facing up and you come down and you turn the knife. But this painting is kind of like a little different. I might have to start it like this, just put it up here and lightly just start pull this down, like that, to start adding some highlight. and it'll take a little while. It'll take a little while to get it to break and to get the colors on it right and stuff like that. But you gotta start somewhere. You gotta start with some color. Right? You gotta get something on there. So. I could start like that, I guess, and like, but you end up turning it around anyway, and bringing it down. You know, highlighting isn't something that's done in like one stroke or two strokes or three strokes, stuff like that. It's you know, going back and forth between like the light colors and the dark colors. Now the darker colors I will put in with the knife. I'm going to make like a grayish color, gray, by mixing a little bit of white, right? And you think, okay, white and black make gray. Well, it does. White and black does make gray, but to make a true gray, you add a little bit of blue to it. So I could, let me see, I haven't added blue yet. I'm making a gray color. You can see the color of it. It kind of looks gray, right? All this is white and black. That's all this is, white and black. But it don't quite look gray. It's gray, but it don't quite look gray. So all I'm going to do is just come up. That was that. Just going to get a little bit of phthalo blue and add to it. Get this mixed up pretty good. Let's see, how dark are these highlights? They're not super dark, so I'll probably maybe pull a little bit of white over into this. Can even have it a little marbled if I want to. Let's go ahead and get a roll of paint on this. Shoot, I can't get the feel for it. Too thick. A little different trying to get a roll on the... I mean, it's not different, but it's a smaller knife. Alright, and so up here, and like I said, I'll be coming back again with the knife.
I don't know that one.
Alexa, I did not call your name.
I call your names. Performers are the Beatles, Billy J. Kramer and Billy J. Kramer.
Alexa, quiet. She's trying to get in on my show here. She's a little clever thing. I want to make this mountain a little bit more like this. Just bring that out a little bit more.
it's looking so far. Okay. It's looking, it's looking. Again, pull it out flat. Do a little cut across, get the little roll of paint. Come up here. Do a little highlight up through here. Ooh, man, is that thick? It's like sliding around on it. That's funny. It definitely it don't even want to take it off the knife. It's so thick. Just have to watch what it's doing, and then go from there. Okay. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good on that. Let's see what else. It comes way over there and down, but I don't need to have my mountain quite like that. But I will do this part. Because I think this helps add depth and detail to it. So like right here, I'll be thinking, oh my gosh, what did you do? Well, you'll see. One cool thing about when you're making mountains, when you're highlighting, is to really make it stand out even more. There we go. Man, that paint is thick. Man, is it thick. Oh, thank you, Humble Fryer. To kind of make it stick out a little bit more, so you see that I brought a white edge down. I mean, you can kind of come back and really define this edge. Having a shaky hand also is really good. I'm sure you've heard that before. So I can't paint because my hand shakes. Well, you're in luck, because painting Bob Ross stuff is perfect for shaky hands. Okay. So I brought this white ridge down over, like right through here. It pushes that part back, all right? And to make that look like it's even further back, to enhance that even more, we go back to the dark color and we'll make this darker back here and through there. Little nooks and crannies. I brought this white down here because I brought that white there. I want to bring the shade side of it. All I do is just bring it down through here like this. And I'm still gonna, you can make little peaks and nooks and all kinds of stuff. And once again, to do that, if I wanted to add, just say like another little, let me see, where would be a good one at? Well, really any place where there is white, you can come back with the dark and just kind of
you know, add a little dark in here, a little dark in there. This kind of thing adds the little peaks, the little nooks and crannies. Because again, because this is such a small canvas, it's really hard to get all of those little dark spots and stuff in there. But you know, it works. It works. All right, through here I'll go ahead and actually put the shade on this part. It really don't matter I'm coming over top of this because I'll just come back down over top of it. I'll go ahead and put the shade in there. Then I'll come back with the highlight. Get a little paint. Come up here. It's getting a little harder because running out of room. But yeah, just like that. Then I can come back and, like I said, if I want to, I can really just bring this white down through here and make that connect to that, just like that. If I want to, I can really put really make a place stand out even light here. Like really white, like right, just say like really white, right there. And then, since this part is like light, I just come back with dark. That's a little too dark. Just more gray would be better. Gray. Kind of like that. I could blend these in together. And there you go. There's a mountain. It works. Trying to see like what shows up on the camera, coming back and highlighting parts that I think will look better when I look at see what you're seeing. As I said before, you don't want to doodle with your painting. You want to get and go. So that's all I'm going to do to this mountain. Where does the mountain come down to? It comes, actually I gotta keep bringing the mountain down. That thing's gotta come all the way down to the trail. So it looks like I'm still gonna be building some mountain. Really don't matter. You just put in a bunch of dark color. Can care less.
brush. Let's see, is there anything, cool little things I could add to that other than just highlighting? Maybe. Bring that one down there like that. There's will be a big tree over there anyway, so it really won't matter so much on that side. I done did it. I got paint on my finger. If that happens, you better stop and find out where it came from. And you'll have paint on every single painting utensil you got. Let's see, where am I at? There's a bunch of trees that will be down through there, so I don't need to do too much more through there. I think I can mist the rest of the bottom of this. We'll mist it up a little bit. So misting, you know, like every mountain kind of has it. You're just trying to make some mist. You just, all we're doing is just tap, 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 tap. Kind of diffuse the base of everything a little bit. Once again, it don't matter what any of this looks like, what you're doing down here. It don't matter. Kind of adds some little mist to the base mountain. Helps push stuff back a little bit further. You know, that kind of stuff helps out a little bit. I tell you one thing I'm going to do. Normally you don't come back into the sky, but I want to. Have a more distinct cloud beside this mountain. just a little touch up I'm doing. Like I said, you normally wouldn't do this, but this needs to have, I need to push this mountain back a little bit more with the clouds. So what I'm doing is I am going to lightly bring this cloud right into the mountain there. Like right, it comes right into it. Just like that. And then I'm going to blend real gently. Three hairs and some air. Ouch. All right. Alright, what do you say about we move in the foreground a little bit? Alright, I'm trying to judge this picture. Let's see. This is going to be really interesting to do. There are many, many, many trees, but I'm trying to think of a buffer that I could put before I start the trees. Maybe I can do this. Once again, it would be something that you really won't see because it'll be in the background. Maybe this is pine forest. There's pine trees everywhere, so you really have no idea what's back there in the background for sure. So I'm going to put some really far distant trees back here in the background. Pine trees. I might have to darken them. No, I won't make them too dark.
much just mixing a bunch of paint that's already on the palette together. Once again, could care less what's happening at the bottom of these background trees that you can barely make out. And once again, you don't want to make them all the same height. You don't want to look like a fence post there in the background. So you kind of, you go higher, lower, lower, higher, thicker, fatter, shorter, whatever. I'll end up painting this painting again in the future, and it'll be one that I will announce like on the DDO forums or something. This is mainly just like I said, for practice, because I have not painted in years, and it's like one of them things, if you haven't done it in a while, now I can add another layer to what I just put back there. There's a lighter in the background. I'll just add a little bit of dark to it, and I can come back and make it look like I got another row that's underneath of that, underneath those. Normally you would tap and diffuse to add more distinction. And there could be a couple trees back here that maybe there's one that starts to look like a pine tree a little bit. I'll just do a little indication of a pine tree here and there in the background. Not too many, because these are further away. So we'll make it look like there's one here, one there. Kind of starts adding a little distinction. There's something going on back there. Like I said, a lot of it's going to be covered up. This starts to turn into more of a complex painting as we move forward in the painting, for many reasons. One, there's water on the very right hand side. There's a stream coming down. There is, past that, there is a rock ledge coming down. Past that rock ledge, there's some kind of greenery or shrubbery back there, and this is going to be kind of hard for me to translate this into Bob Ross stuff, because it just looks like little leafy things. It's more abstract kind of, instead of like detail. It looks like there's, if you really look to the left of the crystal that's out there in the front, like 3/4 of the way up the crystal, to the left of it you can see a rock, like a rock cliff, and to the left of that rock cliff is greenery, and you see green, and then you see really dark right beside, like the green. It looks like there's green smears, leaves, and then there's a very dark, and then
that's very abstract. There's no, you're like, what is that? It's really hard to make that out. So I will have to improvise and think of something different because I may end up just doing it with these trees. I may start turning some of them greenish, and just make that look like it's kind of like a greenish mountain range of maybe some green shrubberies or something that's there in the background. I mean, honestly, that might be really the only thing that I can do with that. It's very distinct in its own way. Let me get some green paint. Let me get rid of this blue paint that's over my brush because that's absolutely destroying my green. Get some green, a little bit of yellow, throw a little bit of yellow in there, a little bit of yellow, do a little singing, yellow, lighten it up a little bit, bloop. Make it a little thinner. All right. So once again, dealing with this section right here, it's really hard to tell, what they're doing with this painting, and it's the only thing I can really think of is maybe put the indication of some distinct greenish looking trees. I gotta stand in front of the camera. I'm sorry I can't see. The light is kind of it's making it hard to see. So it'll probably be the only time I really need to stand in front of the camera. I really have no idea what this is supposed to be up here, but I'm gonna roll with it. I'm gonna make it look like a mess. How about that? I'm just gonna make it look like a mess. I'm gonna make it look like a mess. A mess of stuff up there. I don't even know what that's supposed to be, but we're gonna turn it into something. I'm gonna make it, like I said, distant whatevers. That's what they are. They're distant whatevers. I have no idea we don't know what's going on up that top of the corner of the I mean, it could be anything up there. We don't know. It really doesn't. You got that crystal right in the middle of everything, so it's kind of hard to see, what is over there. But like I said, we're not really trying to make this exactly like that. But let's get this rock put in there, man. I'm excited about that. I want to get that rock in there. So there's a lot of green that comes down through here, yada yada yada, whatever.
I just got something there. That's all that matters. Something is there. What about this rock? Look at this huge rock. Do I got enough paint to make this huge rock? Let's find out. Probably not. I'm probably gonna need more brown mixture anyway, so I'll add some brown, dark Van Dyke brown, dark sienna, little midnight black. I'll throw it all in there. Here we go. Gotta remember, stand over here for the paint. Stand over here so you can see what I'm doing. Just mixing up some color. Making a nice, yummy looking, almost looks like you could eat it. But you gotta be careful saying about eating paint, because I've been banned from the Twitch Bob Ross channel for saying something silly like that. I said, I didn't say we eat. I said, I wonder what, there was yellow. He had some kind of yellow paint on there or something. I said, I wonder if that would taste like pizza. That color would taste like pizza. And the moderators got crazy. I don't even know who the moderators are, but they're like, they need to settle down. They're nuts. Like, you can't say anything over there. Nothing. They love to ban people. I mean, I don't think they're not Bob Ross employees. They're just moderators, obviously, that are bored with their life and like to bully chatters. Somebody, you talk about if, you think that color reminds you of pizza or something like that, and they think, some kid's going to go out and start eating paint. And it's not me that's got the problem. It's somebody that thinks that yellow would taste like pizza. I'm starting to get. I told you I'm starting to turn into a Smurf. By the time I get done, you can already see I'm already getting blue paint on my fingers. That's why when that happens, you immediately stop to get yourself cleaned up, because you'll have it on your face, you'll have it on your shirt, it'll be everywhere, it'll be in places that you haven't even been. Like, how did it get here in the bathroom? How did it get on my pillow? I wasn't even back there. How did it get back there? It will happen. Just taking a little time out to clean a little bit. I don't mind doing that. It gives my brain time to relax a little bit too. Get some of this excess paint off of the brushes. That way it's not all globby. These out of here because I've already been using those. Whoa, almost got a brush get away from me. But it did touch the handle of another brush, which means that it got paint on it. And we'll have paint everywhere.
What's funny is the painting doesn't really. It makes it look like there ain't much snow on the mountain, but there's snow. The snow don't show up as much on the camera as it does actually here on the actual picture. It doesn't show all the snow through here mainly. I mean, we'll probably come back and highlight a lot of that. You normally don't do that, but I like just because you normally just paint and go. But if you want to try to make a painting that with more detail, you spend you can come back and touch a couple little places here and there. I gotta get the side of my mountain back in order again. It kind of got a little messy up there, but that's something you can't see on the camera. But the mountain blended out with the cloud. Alright, let me see. So I got the greenish looking mess that's up there on the left or right hand side. I mean, oh yes, we're making, getting ready to make this rock. Let's see what we got. Oh, I'll tell you what. Let's just do it. Let's get right into it. I'll get some of this brown that I made, this brown color. All right. I'm just going to get a glob on there. And you know, making this rock is no different from really making that mountain that's there in the background, right? This rock just starts over here, and let's just say it comes out and it comes down. What's cool about this is that when you do something like this starts to add another dimension to the painting. It will start pushing the stuff that looks like it's kind of close to the front. It'll start pushing it back out of the way more. And let's just say, what does that drop down? It just kind of like drops down, just drops down like right to there. Yeah, kind of. There's a ridge here. It comes over. It comes down to like there, something like that. Maybe this is angled up a little bit more. Something like that. Comes out, comes down. Now with this, I'm not taking a huge amount of paint back off. I'm not scraping this because I want it to remain mostly dark, right? Mostly dark. And now I got to start thinking about, okay, highlights. I got to highlight this rock. And looking at the rock, it looks like it's got some white. It's got some white. Well, first of all, it's multicolored. So we got the dark first, right? Got the dark. But now there's a lighter brown. So I'm going to take some of that brown mixture that I have for my mountains. All right. I'm going to add. We'll get some white. Bring that here beside it. Kind of like mix these together like this. Right there in the middle. There we go. Kind of give it a marbled look. It's very light. Maybe. No. If I do, it ain't gonna be very much. It ain't gonna be very much. There is, well, not yet. I'm gonna start off with leaving this marbled looking. Marbled is like when you mix like a couple colors together and you're lightly touching the palette. You're lightly touching it. It leaves it marbled looking. There's like many colors going on at one time. And then I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just cut across that and get that roll of paint. Here we go. Now that marble is on the brush. Or, yeah, the brush. This is a brush. This knife. And I'm just gonna basically highlight this rock. Highlighting rocks is kind of hard. It's something I actually have difficulty with. It's like highlighting a mountain, but you just kind of lightly touch. But you know, the thing with rocks is they got all these other crazy little nooks and cranny things on them that makes them hard to paint sometimes. Okay, so that comes out, then it looks like it kind of comes down a little bit, like it is down this way. Like it almost comes down. And then it looks like there's like a little bit of yellowish in this. It's pretty bizarre. Like maybe a little yellow, little Indian yellow maybe. We'll just throw that in there to kind of flavor this up a little bit. Ooh, that's too strong. Woohoo! Woohoo! Alright, maybe that right there. We'll try this. And then like maybe it comes out to here. Ooh-wee. I tell you, it's really getting crazy now. Okay, it looks like I need to somehow separate that and that. So I got to highlight that a little bit more. This really is a play on with highlights. It's a lot of play on with highlights. That's kind of like sometimes what makes things stick out are the highlights. If you're trying to make one thing look like it's in front of another, you know, that way they don't look like they're the part of the same exact thing. It's highlights. Like that right there, highlight. Like right here. Bring that down, maybe there. And maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just weird stuff it's a rock. It can look like anything, I guess. But how now it's like, okay, well, I see that you kind of look like you got something like a rock going on there, but what can you, still don't quite look like a rock. Well, sometimes you just get lucky and sometimes you don't. I mean, to make this rock look like it's coming down the edge, honestly, the only thing you really do is you just kind of, you grab the paint and pull it down. But it's got to be like really light, almost to the point where you can't even see it. Holding that pallette's making my arm tired.
rocks can be a little complex. It's something that you know you need to practice, and I have not done these in a long time, so. I mean, it's kind of looking okay. Now it's if you do this, you have to do it really. Ooh, I mean really light. Make sure there's no paint on the brush. Come back and lightly. Oh, do I mean lightly? Lightly graze over this. So light to diffuse it a little bit. That way it's not so sharp looking. It just kind of it humbles the rock a little bit. You know, that's all I did. I just I just humbled the rock. Made it look like I don't know. Like a rock. I mean, I guess it looks like a rock. Can you tell it's a rock? Does it look like a rock to you all? Is anybody even here? I don't know. You know what I should do? I didn't think about doing this. I'm going to log into the game. And I'm going to, you know, put up like looking for I'll put up like a looking, not like a looking for group thing, but I'm gonna put down just, you know, hey, painting Bob Ross or something like that. Stop by to visit or whatever. It give me a chance to sit down and rest my back anyway. I'm not going to go over like the, you know, the Voodoo's channel, be like, hey everybody, come over and look at me paint. Yeah, I ain't gonna take away his viewers, but but you know, I will go into the game and put something over there. Oh, Mystic Dragon, little mama, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, I'm just taking. What I'm doing is I'm logging into the game and just putting up a looking for group thing, and then putting. But I'm not going to be looking for group. I'm just going to, you know, if people want to stop by and visit. Yeah, I want to play so bad too, but I'm committed to my painting. The hardest parts are getting ready to come up. The foreground. So, and with painting, like I said, if you're not used to painting or people don't paint, things that are more distant are less detail. So in the background, you don't have to pay attention to detail. If you make too much detail in the background, it gives the illusion of something being closer. Normally when things are closer, they have more detail. That's like when I made those mountains that are in the background, the ones that are in the middle and the one on the right, it's more diffused and there's not a lot of detail to it. The one that's closer has a lot more stuff to it. Now, once again, I made this on a smaller canvas. It needs to be a bigger canvas, but this is practice. I'm going to post on our guild site my art for you to see. Then I need to. Okay. Yes, I do need to hydrate. Thank you. I don't even know where my cup's at. There it is. Thank you. Boy, ooh, man, do I need that? And when I drank that, it evaporated as soon as it hit my throat. I'm gonna have to go fill up. Yeah, I have a lot of paintings too in my painting gallery, but I don't know. They're from a long time ago. All right, let me see grouping. Okay, little mama. I'll see you later on. Thanks again for stopping by. Thank you for the 130. Practice painting. Where's the practice? Practice painting storm horns. What is it? www. Let me find this thing. What is it even called? Twitch TV. There it is. Twitch TV. Maybe I just do this first. There we go. Do an AFK message. AFK. Go to stream to ask me questions. There we go. Ugh. All right. Man, I'm hungry too. Heck, going. Oh my gosh, I gotta put on. I think I gotta put on shoes. My feet. I sat down and like my feet said, you're not standing back up again, are you? I'm like, yes, I plan to. Okay, that might get a person or two. We'll see. That was a blank canvas hours ago. Want to take a quick bio? I think I need to make some coffee too. I'm just gonna pop some coffee. I'm sorry for the break. I mean, I've been painting for hours, so I deserve a little break. I gotta have some coffee because I haven't had any breakfast yet. I wasn't really planning on painting. It just happened. Maybe it'll go even better if I get a little coffee in me with a little Irish cream whiskey. You never know. I can tell you what, I can tell I've been sitting way too much because my feet are killing me from standing. Too much DDO. Well, plus I'm standing in my bare feet too, so that's not helping. I'm gonna stand on some padding or something. Put on the shoes. There we go. Oh, that feels better already. Yeah, that feels better already. We got Grog Ross. Oh, nice. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm in the middle of making some coffee right now. What do we got over here? Wait a minute, I gotta get this off of that real quick. All right. Well, it is an art stream, but I stream DDO, right? I play on Sarlona. I'm in the High Lords of Mount Kier Guild. I'm just trying some stuff out. You know, the servers were down today, and I wanted to practice painting. I haven't painted in like 7 years, and like I said, I'm a certified Bob Ross instructor, and I was like, let me try paint a scene that's, looks kind of cool, and I thought, well, let me go with this one and see how it works out. Now, I'm not going to be putting the crystal up on here. And like I said, this is not an exact rendition of the picture that you see. It's just something similar. Of course, the distinction is the mountain, of course. This is a small canvas. It needs to be on a bigger canvas. And I don't understand why I'm getting this weird delay. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. I'm getting a delay even on my live stream. That's really crazy. There we go. All right. There we go. Let me get caught up here. Let me see. Mr. Groggins, Bob Ross. Grog Ross. See, I'm on the Lotro account, but at the moment this is. Oh, Cordovon. Hey, bud. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I wanted to thank you first off, Cordovon. I think it was like 4 or 5 weeks ago, you mentioned me on the DDO Chronicle, and I appreciate that very much for the for the shout out there, for the recognition. Let me see. Wanted to give you a heads up that I've put out a Twitter and Facebook post to your stream on the DDO official just now. Well, thank you very much. And somebody asked me earlier, it's like, are you allowed to do Bob Ross stuff or whatever? I absolutely am, because I am a certified Bob Ross instructor. I have all the rights to franchise and talk about Bob Ross, use Bob Ross. I can sell Bob Ross stuff if I want to. It's one of the perks and benefits of being a Bob Ross instructor. The only thing I could not do is, like, say, this knife right here is a Bob Ross knife, and I'm going to sell this for $10 or something like that. I couldn't do that, but we have the absolute rights in the paperwork that give us the right to advertise Bob Ross stuff and talk about it. And like I said, my intentions is to paint a couple of these scenes that are in the game. They won't look identical, mainly because, well, I don't want to make them exactly the same, but I'd like to make them close to say, oh yeah, okay, that's a DDO scene. And of course the other thing is I'm not painting on a canvas big enough for like the painting that you see that I have up on the screen. You know, I need a much bigger canvas. It has to be wider. This is just, and plus I haven't painted in 7 or 8 years, so I'm very rusty right now. So I'm just trying to get used to it. This is mainly for people just to look and see. I'm kind of getting feedback to see, hey, can you see it okay? Camera angle needs to be better. The audio needs to be better. The lighting needs to be better, because once I get all of that set and understand what I'm going to do, then, you know, when I do a DDO painting, I'm going to post it on the forums like a week in advance saying, hey, on this certain date, I'm going to do this painting. This is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to paint it. Stop by and watch it if you want to. So, but yes, Cordovan, thank you so much. Let me see. Tell us where. I haven't painted in 7 years. Then what is this? I know, right? It's amazing me. I can't even believe I painted this. Actually, I had a little 10-year-old kid paint it, and I wasn't here. He painted it. It's paint by numbers. Yeah, I can't remember the OG resolution, but the ones that were ever on actual canvas were huge, and the resolution is at least something. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, the main picture that you see right now, the close-up, I had this is on a C920 Logitech. It's 1080p, but the I zoomed in on it. When I zoomed in on it, it makes everything kind of look a little grainy a little bit. If I zoom out, then it just looks too far away. I mean, I could take it out another notch, but what's really weird is, like, there's a delay on my stream right now. I can't. The little camera is, but the big camera has a delay to it. That is so strange. All right, but anyways, let me get back to the painting. Since you're here, well, I'll let you get a little idea, see what I was doing. So I was working on this rock over here on the right-hand side. Like I said, it's not a complete exact rendition of, you know, like of what that you see in the picture on there. And once again, we got this crystal in the way. It's hard to see past the crystal what's there in the background, so I just kind of got to use my imagination of what might be there, because I'm not painting the crystal. That ain't that ain't happening. But what I will do is I will make the ground come out here, and we're going to have that water that you do see behind the crystal. It's going to come down and flow over top of this somehow. I don't know yet. We're going to make it work, but it's going to be in there. All right. I guess a good way of doing that, first of all, is just to bring that rock wall down. We're going to bring the rock wall down. I'm going to bring that down. I'm going to bring it down to about to here. And all I'm doing is just filling this in with just dark paint. It really don't matter right now. Then I will come back in with some highlight. And maybe, hopefully this will give us a little bit more depth. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't painted in a while. I really have no idea how this will turn out. I hope it'll turn out okay. I mean, if it doesn't, you know, oh well. I'll know better for next time, right? You know, rock's kind of got these weird little hooks and ledges and stuff to it. I mean, I can't wait to get the water in here. When I put the water in, I think that's really gonna be like, whew, I think that's gonna be like awesome. I think it's really gonna be awesome. Come back in. I'll check if you're all talking to me. I will turn around and look every so often to see if anybody's saying anything. I'll scroll up. I don't want to miss anybody's comments. You want it relatively dark in little crevices. You don't want to make it too bright. If you make it too bright, then it don't look like it's a crevice anymore. It makes it look like the rock is the rock. It makes it look like the rock is standing out too close to you. All right, I'm going to fluff this up a little bit. I want to diffuse it. Let me see. I'll take the 2-inch brush here. I'm just going to lightly come across this. And like I said, down here I'm gonna have water. It's just gonna like come out and trickle down off of there. I think I'm gonna have it come across the wall here, and then just kind of come tumbling down. Where I have to be careful is I keep thinking that this painting goes down further than the bottom of the crystal, because like I'm looking at the crystal, and where the crystal comes in together and then comes back out. Like where it comes back out is where the painting almost ends at. And I keep thinking that all that dark underneath of it is, you know, water or something like that. So I got to remember that this painting, the bottom of it's coming up soon. And like I said, you can't really see what's around the side on the right hand side of that painting. It looks like dark trees. I'm looking. Oh, awesome. Feywild is finally available for DDO points. Congratulations. I know so many people have been wanting that. I know I've talked about it. Voodoo has talked about it on his stream. You know, there's been a lot of people been anxious to be able to spend those points on that, and I'm glad people have the opportunity now to be able to share that with everybody else. All right, before I start on the right-hand side, let's take a look and see what's going on here in the middle of this painting. There is like, the ground is kind of like coming down this way. And then when it comes down, the ground's coming down over this way. And I'm not really doing anything to the painting. This is just kind of giving me an idea of what's going on. What I'm going to do something a little sneaky. I'm going to sneak some landscape there in the background. And then come back and re-highlight the rock, because I might mess up the edge of this rock out here. Like, you really can't see. I can't reference the painting that's on the screen that you see. I can only reference what I have painted up here. There's ground here, but in the painting you really can't see it. It's nothing but trees on top of trees, behind trees, in front of trees. And you really don't know what's going on back there, but I got to put something back there. Good job, Court9 SSG, for putting that out there. Kind of wish they'd have let us know about it through some kind of official channels. Only Why I know about it is because I always check to see. Oh, okay. Just to have the opportunity to do that now is awesome. Like I said, that makes me excited. I already have it. I have bought both Feywilds for both of my account. I bought the Ultimate Super Fan Bundle for my main account, and for my second account, I got just the regular one. All right. So like I said, I want to work back here in this background. I want to get some ground in back there. Like there's a little bit of. Let me get on here. Let me see. I don't understand why this camera has such a delay on it. Has it had a delay all this time? Maybe it has. I don't know. I'm using a little bit of sap green, a little cad yellow, a little bit of yellow ochre. It's just kind of like a greenish yellowish color that I'm going to put here in the background. I should have already put this in, but I did not, because I didn't know exactly how I was going to do this yet. This really doesn't matter too much what I'm doing in that area. I thank you for the follow, Oberon, I believe it is, Orberon. Oh, and let me get my coffee real quick. I heard my coffee is done. I appreciate it. I just need just a quick moment break here to get my coffee. Oh, that's good. Yeah, put it underneath the painting, that way paint can drip into it and I'll really be high. All right, here we go. Like I said, it really don't matter too much. I'm just back here just tapping in the indications of whatever, maybe some kind of rolling hills. It might be hard for y'all to see that though. I know it's not the best of lighting. That's something I'll probably have to work on, especially if I plan to, paint some more of these. Well, I am going to be painting some more of these scenes, but it really depends, how much I plan to do. Now that college is out until I go to summer school, I'll have, plenty of time to do whatever, game, play. Normally you would do this with a 2-inch brush. I'm just putting in just the basic indication of some hills that are back there in the background. Remember, there will be a trail that comes out from there. It'll come out and then come down the bottom of the screen and disappear. There's going to be water. Man, I can't wait for the water. I get excited thinking about the water. Fast enough you can play Feywild without having to buy it. Let me see here. Looking. Alright, that's fine. Comes down to there. Maybe this comes to here. I don't know. Just something like that. It don't matter. I could just put in just some color and just rub it in. Anything I want to cover up, I can absolutely do. Alright. We got to push some of this stuff back, but I'm not ready to do that yet. I think I need a couple pine trees. How about a couple pine trees back there? You think I can do that? I might be able to. Let's mix up some green And some yellow. This would be mostly a darkish color. I'll come back and highlight it later. Maybe get a little dab of black, not much, a little midnight black. So let's say back here, like I said, I'm not going to try to follow the picture too much. There's a couple of them, but I want to put some distant trees back here in the background. Yeah, maybe there's one right there. God, I haven't done a pine tree in a while either. That needs to be darker. That's too late. Hold on. Not to mention this paint is old. Ugh. Do the line down the middle, and then come back. This is just an indication of a tree that's of a pine tree that's back here, like just a full-size pine tree. Not like it's not really like the one that you see in the painting. It's just something I just got back here. I just wanted to have a pine tree just kind of like anchored back here in the background. Just one of them, that's all. Let's see. These pine trees are actually really interesting. They're mainly like kind of like, I don't know what you call them exactly, but they're like pine trees more towards the top and nothing but trunk at the bottom. So this should be kind of cool to make. I'm gonna make the main one that's like right here. I'm gonna make that one that kind of comes all the way up to the top. Let's get this done. I think this should be interesting. Once again, we're just getting a little midnight black, a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna, just a nice dark brown color. Loading up the fan brush. And now this will not come the whole way down. It actually looks like it will stop somewhere in here. But you know Bob, when he made something, he loved to put these big trees in here. So it doesn't go off the top, so maybe it just right to there. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to do stuff on the canvas. You know, you gotta be bold. You gotta just go out and do it. You can't mess anything up, really. I mean, maybe you can, but you can fix anything. I'm going to come back. Now, like I said, this tree does not come the whole way down. From here down, it is going to be tree trunk. So really, I only need to bring a little bit of this tree down. I haven't made pine tree in a long time, so got to bear with me on this one too. The paint is really thick. I need to thin this down because this is really hard right now to get this to come off the brush. There we go. Alright, that's about as far as I need to bring it down. About right there. I don't need to bring it down any further because the rest is going to be this tree trunk that comes down underneath of it. To do that, it'll be quite simple. We'll just use the knife. Come back up, get some of this dark color. Come in and just lay it in. just like this. It's going to come down. Actually, I'm going to have that rock probably come out in front of it because it looks like, well, really in the picture the rock isn't even close to that tree. So like I said, this isn't identical because I just don't have the width of this painting, so I'm kind of improvising with a lot of stuff. But I'm going to have this rock actually come out just barely past this tree. That way it makes it look like that tree is there in the background. And to highlight the rock, all I have to do, I already have some highlight made up. All it is just like white and some of the brown mixture and stuff like that. All I have to do is just come back up and just highlight. If it'll come off. Doesn't look like it will yet. There it is. I need to get a lighter color in there. That's like yellowish looking. I can put some of that on there too. Go back and you see a beautiful tree. Want to become famous? Yeah, not really. Sorry, Mr. Want to become famous. A challenge of doing any of these paintings right now with this paint is, like I said, I haven't painted in 7 years. So this paint has been sitting for 7 years. Actually, probably a little bit longer than that. And what the problem is that the paint has become thick, and it's getting really hard to work with. It's oil paint. I mean, I can only do so much. I need the tube for a while to help, get the oil back into the paint and that kind of stuff. And if you get any paint on your fingers, if you're ever doing this painting, if you ever do Bob Ross or any kind of painting, if you get any paint on your finger, stop immediately. Clean. Because you're going to get paint on everything. You're going to have it on your face. You're going to have it on your eyelids. You're going to have it on your cheek. You're going to have it, on your pillow on your bed. You don't know even how you got it back there, but paint magically moves. I don't know how it does it, but it does. I'm going to highlight this tree. I think the tree needs to be highlighted. Kind of like a background tree a little bit. Just getting some greens and yellow, a little bit of green and yellow. This tree is relatively dark. I don't want to highlight it too much. But it's my world. I can highlight it here and there if I want. There, just a little bit of highlight on it, not much. Kind of hard to show up on the screen, but I will come back and move this rock in front of that tree now. I'll push that tree back because we have that kind of power. We can move things. Because right now it looks like the tree is part of the rock. I don't want that. I want the rock to come out past that tree. Like that. And then I will just highlight the rock. Just barely touch. Like Bob says, the canvas will take off what it wants. And I will just lightly, so light, Just to touch and diffuse, not to destroy. And now that tree is now pushed, it is pushed back. Let's see, we got the DVD. Alright, I have spent the past 15 minutes looking for the original art screenshot you were looking for without success. Sorry, I will ask a couple others if they know where it is and find anything, I will let you know. Cordovine, thank you so much, bud. I appreciate that very much. Unfortunately, the marketing for this dates back to the Shadowfell. Wow, that's been a long time. Whew! I remember when that came out. I like Shadowfell. Honestly, I loved all Forgotten Realms. I like that, all those quests out there. I love the docks, I love the Wheeling docks, and the whole Underdark chain, and everything back in that era with Wheeling. Unfortunately, the marketing for States had the terms of materials is due to the scope of that project. But no, you hadn't. How does it feel? Oh, he had the power to move mountains around. Yeah, it feels pretty good. But I know you hadn't asked or anything, but I wanted to look because it looks like our art at that time is generally about 63 by 60 by. So if I can get a higher resolution, first about the overlay, I will let you know. Oh, that's fine. I appreciate it. If you can or if you can't. Like I said, I'm going to paint this painting again, Cordovine. I'm going to, not, like I said, it ain't going to be now. This is mainly for really getting the rust out of the hands and getting the mind open again, trying to remember how to paint stuff. Like I said, I will do this painting again. I got much bigger canvases up there that will come out, about to here when I paint. I probably will have to move the camera back a little bit more when I do it. But, I'll be able to put a little bit more detail into these things and stuff like that. But yeah. Alright, it's indication of some other little trees that are back here in the background. Maybe there's one right there. I don't know. It's just going to be in the background. Really hard to make out. What else we got? I mean, honestly, there are a lot of trees in this thing. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like a cluster of them. All right. Well, staring at them is not going to get them done. So let me get them done. After I do these trees up through here, I'm gonna come in and put this water in. That's like I said. That's going to be the. I can't wait for that part. I like that water. Maybe. Yep, there it is now. What's making this weird is I gotta remember that these trees are going to be kind of look like they're floating in the air, right? Because the rest of the tree coming down is going to be, it's going to be the trunk. The rest of the tree is going to be the trunk. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paint a series of trees in here. When you get near the mountain has all of that paint on it. It really gets hard to get the paint to come off the brush because thin paint sticks to a thick paint and it'll start to get hard. One thing you don't want to do is have two trees the same height. On the stream, it looks like they're the same height. The one on the left is actually a little bit higher, but I will make it look like it's a little higher. Just add a little top to it. All right, 1, 2, 3. Let me see. There's gonna be one. I'm gonna put one right down here. It's gonna be in front of these. It's gonna be shorter, Mr. Stubby. We'll call him Mr. Stubby. Mr. Stubby is gonna live right. Well, I don't want to mess up, block that mountain there in the background. We'll make sure we still see that mountain there in the background. We know it's there. Here's Mr. Stubby. And I'll come back and highlight these. Just a little bit of Van Dyke brown and dark color. I can chop the bottom of that off, so that's really no big deal. If it goes down too far, it don't matter. You can absolutely fix anything. You can do whatever you want. Maybe do a couple little highlights through in here. It's getting a little hard to see here. Might have to step in front of this one. Sorry. Okay. Okay, let's come along. Little highlight now. Try to get these colors to stick. This is very green. Get a little bit of yellow in there with it. There's where it's going to get hard once again to get to sticking. Once you get over that mountain, you get near that mountain, it don't want to stick. Got to thin up the paint a little bit. Highlight Mr. Stumpy a little bit. And then Do a stumpectomy. We can do that. Oh! Yes, sir. We do stumpectomy. What do we got? Let's take a look here. We'll come back in and let's plant these trees down into the ground a little bit better. Got some ground in there. It's alright. A little shade. A little shade. Alright. Kind of got that grounded in there a little bit. Let's take a look at this painting again. What do we got? What else do we got? I see the path. I'm trying to see what in the world is that in the very middle, though? I think that's the rock wall. I think that's still a rock wall that comes out and goes over to there. I mean, that's what that looks like to me. Like through here, it looks like the rock wall comes out and down, at least until you get to the trail. When the trail comes out, it looks like the rock wall's gonna come out down through there. I mean, that's what that is. That's exactly what that is. I just seen that. My eye was not focused on that at all. All right. Well, we're gonna make this rock bigger, and then I'll come back with the water. So make this rock bigger will require, it's like the grass comes, it's almost like the grass does this. Let me come back here a little bit. It's almost like the grass does this. Let's see, there's a little bit of green through here, a little bit of green. Let's clean up the edge of this rock that's hanging out. Clean that up a little bit. Once again, it's getting hard because I'm getting over near that crystal, and that crystal has this glow that I can't really see past. But you know, it looks like, you know, I mean, it almost looks like there's, you know, ground and grass over this way. Like I said, I should be doing this with a 2-inch brush, but I'm just messing around. Because water is going to come from over there. Okay, the rocks. It looks like there needs to be a rock edge right here. Okay, because the water's going to be coming through here, through the side. So there needs to be something to contain the water, and it looks like there's a rock ledge right here. Of course, you can't see this. It's just dark on dark. I should have posted something earlier when I started this, so they could have seen this from the very beginning. But it's on my stream. I am streaming it, so you can always go back to the beginning of my stream, you know, when it's over, and you can look how this has evolved over the last couple hours. Well, that should have been going for a while. I already really wanted to be, I wanted to be done painting by the time the servers come up, but that didn't happen. All right. I mean, honestly, this wall goes the whole way over, all the way over to here. It's not gonna be as big as that one. This is, like I said, my wall's not gonna be as big as the one on there, but that path is going to come back through there. It's going to intersect with the rock ledge. All right, and that's just going to come out in the front. That's going to be water. That's going to be like a little trickle there. This fan brush ain't gonna work. It just ain't gonna work. Alright, got that cleaned up a little bit. I want to highlight the rocks and then the water. So then the water comes. Highlight the rocks and then the water. I just got to make sure that the rocks are ready to be highlighted. Where the rocks are you all ready, rocks? You all be ready, rock. Come back. I can't do it like that. That's got to come up. I got to make it look like that is coming up over the grass, not the other way around. Just mixing some highlight color together. Little cut of paint there, a little roll. Looks like we put a tiny little bit of blue in there. Yeah. thank you, STN. Now I'm going to lightly, ooh, ever so lightly, touch just to do a little blending. And this is where I think the water is going to come in. This could be pretty interesting. So obviously water has reflections. You don't see a lot in the painting, but I'm going to give it some reflection, and I'll show you how I'm going to do that here in a minute. There'll be a little bit of reflection. Getting the water is not such a big problem, and getting a clean place on my palette is. So I got to take a moment to clean this thing up. You can tell I have not painted in a while. Daggone, my palette is a mess right now. It is a mess. Got a lot of trees to put in again yet. Doing the big tree on the, there's like certain key things in here that kind of close the painting. You know, the opening of the painting was the sky with the mountain a little bit, you know, but it's kind of like hanging out there in the open right now on the left hand side. You can definitely tell it's like, hey, you know, this side's definitely not finished yet. You know, what about us guys? Well, you're going to be last. You're going to be last. That the big tree will close that side over there. It was like the mountain was the opening. Come on. Definitely going to have to get some more cad yellow, it looks like. I went through a good deal of yellow. Uh-huh. I appreciate everybody who stopped by today to visit. I logged into the game and put up on our server. You know, I didn't put up looking for group 1 to 30 and just put the link to my website and to this Twitch channel in there. And then I went on the forums and posted there. You know, I figure, you know, even though it wasn't really my intention to have people watch at first, because, you know, I wanted to practice and make sure that I could still paint. And after I seen that I could still somewhat paint, I figured I'd invite a couple more people to come watch. Because it's mainly about feedback right now, just to be able to see things, see stuff. All right. I'm going to show you something before I do the water. To make that, if you want to, lay the rock on the right hand side, if you want to try to make that look like, give it a little bit more depth, I think would be the word. Maybe just two. You come in here and to make this side of the rock look like it's in front of that side of the rock, you can come back in here and basically highlight like, and have it connect to this stuff over here. Make it look like that, you know, this part's together. You know, this is in front of everything else. And then I can come back and just like pull some of this down. That way it makes it look like this is over here a little bit more, you know, like that. I'm gonna just lightly tone that down. Beat the devil out of it. All right. What do you say? What do you say we put some water in this thing? Ain't it about time to have some water? Now, with water, you're really supposed to keep water horizontal. I mean, even if you're painting like in the background, like say you're painting a waterfall and there's a stream in the background, the water comes and then it drops down. Even though you're coming down the painting, you're still doing. Let me show. I ain't gonna do it, but you're still doing a horizontal stroke. You're even though you're coming down this way, you're still taking stuff left, right, left, right, and whoosh, down it goes. But with this painting, this water I'm looking at, it's angled, and that is going to be a little strange to do. Unadulterated image? Well, you got an unadulterated image. I would like to see what it looked like without the... Is that it? Oh, yeah. Thank you. I'm going to save that. Save that and... Okay, let me... Where did we put it at? Is that it? I think that's it. Now I got... Whoops, now I gotta change the... I messed that up. Hold on. That ain't it. No, that's not it. I mean, that is it, but I don't have that. I don't have that right. Hold on. There, that's... See, that wouldn't fit. That's not right. Yeah, I'll have to... Oh, you know, I know what am I doing? Come on, man. I'm like looking at it through a website. I need to open it up with my picture viewer. Where are you at? Where did you save that? Oh, there it is. Let me try that. That's not it. That's not it. That's not. Is that it? That might be it right there. I think this is it. Oh, thank you guys for the follow. I did not. I have the sound turned down, because if the speak, it would loop because I don't have my headset on. So there are some follows that I missed. I think I already got Orberon. Thank you for your follow. Papa Bumble, thank you for your follow. I appreciate that very much. And where's that? Hephaestus. Thank you once again for your follow. I appreciate it very much. All right, so we're talking about water now, right? Got to get this water in there. Looking at the water, it's going to be this stupid crystal. Get out of there. So some of this is just going to be my imagination. I'm going to multi-layer this water. I am going to make a grayish color. I'm going to make a grayish color using white. This titanium white is so thick because it has been sitting for so long. I'm definitely going to have to thin that down. Shoo. All right, some white. A little bit of midnight black. And a little bit of Prussian blue, because blue will help turn it to a true gray. You can put white and black together, at least with Bob Ross paints. You can mix black and white together, but it doesn't really make I mean, it makes a gray color, but it's not like true gray until you add a little dab of blue to it. Not much. It's just a little bit. Then it turns the color into like a true gray. You still have to have the right balance of colors though to make it work. All right. So we're talking about water. I haven't done this in a while either. And I normally you can do water with a lot of things. A fan brush, the knife. This to me looks like it's all about fan brush. And there's one thing I have to do, sorry, that leads up to the water. This water is angled. It is angled. The ground is angled. So all I need to do, I'm just going to bring this ground down to the rocks and then just a little bit like this. Let's just get a little dark. Let's lighten it up a little bit. Like that. Alright. Now the water can just follow this edge down. Plus it helps push the rock back a little bit. Alright. We were talking about water. We're talking about water. What am I going to do about this water? Oh, this can be kind of intimidating. Alright, here we come. The water is going to start over here. It's going to come. It's going to come. Whoa, look at it. Whoa. There's a little... Let's do a little bubble splashes. Bubble, bubble. And it's going to... Uh-oh. Running out of magic. This is really just the undercoating. It really doesn't matter too much. There'll be a lighter color source that comes over top of this. So I'm not really worried about it too much right now. Oh, let's see. We got a lot of work to do with this. A lot of work. Maybe it's coming over this way. It's coming. Whoa. It falls down here. Maybe it bubbles a little bit. Like, so this is just the under
coating. Not really meant to. But nevertheless, I'm going to tell you something right now. It's fun. It is so fun. That's what I say. You should go out. You should get yourself some Bob Ross painting stuff. Painting supplies. And I'll show you. I'll have some really cool reflection over here in a little bit. So that I don't have to worry about this because this is going to be blocked in with ground, dirt, grass, or whatever. The painting looks like there's something. Once again, that stupid crystal. But it looks like there's stuff right here, some green grass. Got to be really careful. It really starts to get hard to get in through there. Nice Fantas to the rescue. All right. Now it's time to get crazy. It's time to get crazy. Yes, sir. I don't have a lot of room for getting like certain detail in here, so I might have to go to a really small brush, a filbert brush. Because I can't fit a 2-inch brush in here. I can't fit a 1-inch. I don't think I can even fit the small fan brush in there. So we're going to have to resort to the little filbert brush to get some grass in between it before I put the highlighted water down through there. And I just need to thin this a little bit. Once again, this. You know, like I said, if I really plan, which I probably will, I'll probably get into painting. I'll probably just have to invest in getting some more newer Bob Ross paint because this paint right now it's killing me. It's so thick. It's so thick. All right. Let's just say there's little green dooders right in here. We don't know, right? The water is going across these ledges right here, and these could be ferns. I mean, who knows? Ferns, right? Ferns grow around water. Something growing in there, that's for sure. If I were a fern, that's where I would want to grow, right here. Right where this beautiful waterfall is at. Plus, this helps separate the two. A mistake that people make when they paint is they cover everything up. They cover it all up. If you listen to Bob, you know, you want to keep dark in here. You want to keep a lot of dark and light, you know, separators from each other. Miss Still Static say licking the canvas gives a unique texture. For those in chat, this is a version of the splash screen without the text and is not an issue for you to download or use for something like desktop image. If we were to release it for that purpose, we need to add the game logo. Oh, do you want me to get rid of that? I mean, your logo is on it, right? The one that I have up now says Dungeons and Dragons on it. I think the one that I have up on there is. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think actually I have the wrong image up on there. I don't think I actually put your image up on there. I put the wrong one on here. Oh, what did I put up? What is that? Alright, now the picture's completely gone. That's it right there. Get rid of that. Where is just view the image? I didn't click that off. Click that off. click that off. See, I could, let me bump that out one. It's so grainy looking. I don't know why. You know, for that being a Logitech, like a very expensive camera, it's still grainy looking. I'm not happy with that, but I think this is it right here, what I'm looking for. Okay, that's photos. Pictures. I can close that. It's got too much stuff open. I had like 50 windows open. I think that's it right there. Yeah, there it is. Now I got it. And let's see how I can expand that. I want to expand that. Okay, it doesn't want to expand. There it goes. Windows, screen share. Let's see, that's fit, fill. Fill works. Fill, stretch will be, no. Fill. Fill looks good. We like fill. We like Phil. Phil's a nice guy. Should be good right there. What I meant to say is if we were to release it as an, oh, okay, we have to need to add logo. A bit of legal text for your purposes just fine. For those in chat who want to link and wish to download it, that is okay. Oh, alright, okay. Thank you, Corvin. I appreciate that. And that makes it a little bit better for me. Now I need to bring it over to this screen so I can see it. There we go. That's weird. It was bigger when I had it minimized. It's bigger there, but when I maximize it on my screen, it makes it small. That's funny. All right. All right, the unadulterated picture. Man, that crystal. But that's all right. Like I said, the water's not going to be exactly like what you see on that anyway. The main thing was just that that we get the waterfall in. I mean, it would be nice to make an exact copy, but you know that just ain't gonna happen. And I don't know what's going on down at the bottom, but that's good enough. We don't need to know anymore what's going on down there. Let's come back and all right, let's put in some of these highlights now, right? Let's make the water come over top of all this grayish that we had on there. Trying to get pure white. I had some dark mixed in with that. You don't want that. Alright. Pure white. Here we go. Pure white. How about I just get a clean fan brush? Oh, I like that one. Look at that little thing. Woohoo! A little tiny fan brush here. I still don't understand why there's a delay. Oh, because it's on the Logitech camera. I can't believe it, there is a delay on there. That is so crazy. Why is there a delay between my cameras? So because the only way I could zoom in on the bigger camera was to run it through the Logitech Pro like application, whatever comes with it. But there's a delay with it. I don't understand. What happens if I switch it to exposure? Let's see what it does now. There's like a 3-second delay. What is going on? There shouldn't be any delay. Alright, I'll have to worry about this another day. I want to get with this painting. I apologize for the or for the delay between the two paintings. There just shouldn't be, but there is for some reason. I've seen someone else that has that issue yesterday. Jeff Gerson from the Giant Bomb trying to do a similar large screen cam shot with a cam of that brand. Yeah, I don't. Now, if I don't run it through the Logitech application, then they'll both run fine, because my second camera I have for, like, if people spend channel points to look at my candle. I got a candle up there behind me here for channel points or whatever. When it snows outside, I have the camera pointing out there for the snow cam, just for something people spend points on. But I normally don't have to run the Logitech. But if I want to zoom in on something, then I have to run it through the Logitech application. And then when I go to find my source, I don't look for the camera for the source. I look for the Logitech program that is utilizing the camera. And then that is what I use as the source. So that is probably where the delay is coming from. All right. A thin paint sticks to a thick paint. I'm gonna come over and I'm gonna make this waterfall look a little fallery. Here we go. Ooh, beautiful. What? Here we come through here. Here come. Man, I love it. What is going on? Maybe it comes over on that side. Some little bubbles. It really don't matter too much right in here, because there's going to be grass and other little, ooh, whoa, be a little grass that's going to block a lot of this stuff off. There it goes. Whoa, how many rocks are here? Woo, it's like steps. There's a little water coming in that way too. Woo. Whoa. I don't know how that's coming on the stream, but it looks pretty daggone good on my side. I don't know if you all can see it, but I can see it. I like it. I like it a lot. Whoa. Little quick pull down there. There you go. Maybe. Oh my gosh, look at that. There we go. And down here, could care less what happens down through here. Got to have that filled in a little bit right there. Here we go. Come back through here. There we go. And before I do anything with that wall, because there's going to be a reflection over there. Let's see. How the water turned out on the stream? I mean, it looks like it turned out okay. I mean, you can tell it's water coming down. It needs to be cleaned up, but I like it. There's a lot of things that need to be cleaned up on this. Let's see. We'll start. We'll start with this. Man, is that thick? Once again, I can't say enough thank you, Jerry, for posting and the recognition. I've been playing this game since 2007. and I've been certified as an instructor for, man, I think I got my certification in, like, I think I got my certification close to when I started playing this game in 2007. Somewhere's back in there. I never thought about painting it, any scenes in it. I can't wait until the Strahd scene. I'm gonna do, like I said, when at the Abbey, when you fight Strahd at the end, and you got that pond that's right there. I got a couple screenshots of standing behind the pond and the little gazebo or whatever that's there, the walls. The only thing I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I don't know if I want to paint the sky before it turns red or when it's red. I may do a poll or something to see what people would prefer to see more. Maybe I'll do a poll one time, and because I can paint it either way. Okay. Now to, so this waterfall's kind of out there in limbo. It needs to be trapped. I have to trap it, to hold it, to contain it. So to do that, all I'm going to do is just paint grass on the right hand side of it, just like you see in the picture. God, this will turn into like an 8-hour painting. It was supposed to be like a 3-hour painting. It will turn to an 8-hour painting. And once again, you don't come in and just dab and just put paint on there. You got to think about like what's going on, following like little curves and little detail and stuff like that. You definitely want to have like dark spaces in there, because that's what gives it the indication that there is a separator, like separation. Let's see. It looks like just something comes out like this right now. This comes down, and that's all right. We can cover up that part of the waterfall. It's no biggie. We know it's there. We'll put a couple sparklers in there. It looks like you got some sparklers. We'll put a couple sparklers in there. Sparklers, when you add red to it, makes it really zing. Almost like yeah, there you go. Be careful when you mix like reds and yellows and stuff. It makes like an orange, but it can make mud. You don't want to be a mud mixer. All right. So that is blocked in over there. Now, let's make a reflection. I think reflections are absolutely beautiful, and I'm gonna do the reflection with this wall over here. So as you can see that I'm gonna do a reflection of that wall. The reflections aren't hard at all. All you're doing is pulling paint down and swiping across it. It's not hard. It's not hard. I want to make it look like that you're seeing this, like the wall in this water a little bit. That is too bright, way too bright. I just want to put a little bit of brown on here.
take a 2-inch brush. Just going to come here, go down. It's a lot of paint right there. And then alright. Come back in with the white brush and do some highlighting. So the water is going to follow this wall over here now. You want to keep these horizontal, which is kind of hard for me because I'm like leaning, so the water's starting to lean a little bit. So gotta stand in front of this. Sorry, I don't want to look like my water's floating away off of the. Little bubbles here and there, maybe. Could probably soften that a little bit. Maybe. Not too much. How does that look? Yeah, the water's crooked. Figured it would be. Painting from the side. Oh my gosh, that's really crooked. Alright. Sorry, gotta fix. Gotta fix. Gotta stand in front of it. Can't have crooked water. Alright. I think it's time to heat up the coffee. I'm getting there. Slowly and surely. Now, if I want to, I can come back and add dark back. Like if I'm not, because I had to come back and fix stuff. If I'm not really happy with all this white in here, I can come back in and absolutely do this right here. I can tone it down. Or if I wanted to, I could come back and turn it completely black again if I really wanted to. If you mess around with too much, you just turn it into a pile of mud, and then you really got to come back and like scrape it and start over again. I'm just putting dark in there. Well, lo and behold, looks like there is a tree down here at the bottom. We'll put that in there. Man, I tell you what, putting any kind of something in front of that wall is going to be risky business. I'm telling you right now, looking at that. Now, mind you, like I said, I don't have to do this part, but I can. I'm going to. Maybe there's a little. Maybe there's, well, it shows in the painting on the picture. I mean, it's really, once again, it's still hard to see. I altered it, obviously, but there is. Let's just say there's a little bit of ground down here. Alright, and the ground comes out and catches up with this over here. So a little bit of ground down here. It came around, just like that. Ooh, where are you at, brush? Where did I do with you? Is this it? That might be it. So I'm taking a little bit of Midnight Black, Dark Sienna, Van Dyke Brown, make kind of like a little dark color. I'm going to come right up here. I'm going to add the pine tree right here. Okay. Base of this. So actually, it's coming down to the water. This tree was thirsty. highlight. Tree. Come back. Brush. Use. Liquid white. Come in and put some various highlights on this one. So he's done. Let's see. Man, there are so many other pine trees to paint, but we'll get them done. I'm just going to paint. Like, I'm going to kind of what they do, kind of called the 5 o'clock stomp, but it ain't 5 o'clock, where you kind of stomp in a bunch of stuff. So all these pine trees over here, let's say there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the bigger ones. There's a couple in the background that you can barely make out. What I do for them is I will make like a dark color. I'll make a dark color. Let's bring this down here. And like I said, they're really in the background. Can't really make them out too much. Actually, they're just not dark. They're actually light too. So I'm gonna add a little bit of a little light color to it. Lighten them up. Let's get some green in there with it. A little bit of green. Got some dark color. A little bit of green. Make them greenish looking. Let's see. Let's just say there's. I don't want to. I gotta make sure I don't mess up with the big one. The big one is still. We know it's there. All right. So let's just say that there's some trees back here. Gotta be, like I say, it gets really hard because you're painting over top of this mountain here in the background. Have to be really careful with these back here. It's gonna get hard, very hard to get this paint to stick. Plus, it already being a really thick paint kind of puts me at a disadvantage painting this, but I'll get through it. I'll get through it. Let's see that one. There's that one. Let's just say there's one right here. And you really can't make these out that much. You just know that they're back there. I'm not even really going to make a bunch of detail with them. I'm just going to put the indication of something that's here in the background. Don't even know what it is. You're not going to see it anyway. It's going to be covered up. That's probably going to be covered up too. Be covered up. It's just like little background things. Let's just say there's something right here. Really can't tell what's going on back there. Too far away. mixture paint. Just go come in and put the indication. Oh, some trunks on them though. And they're back there. We know they're there. See them. Really don't care about their foots. You can come back and distinguish where they sit at in the background by where you highlight with the paint at when I come in to touch any of this stuff up. Like I said, it really will not matter too much. I can move the trees all over the place. I can move them up front. I can move them in the back just by where I put the grass at their foots, their feet, the footay. Let's see. It's a lot of dark through there, so let me come back and highlight those a little bit. It doesn't show up that well. There's just so much paint on the canvas right over this mountain. I knew this was going to happen, but that's all right. No biggie. I'm just going to cover it up with thicker trees now, which will make it even harder, even harder to see. I think with the bigger trees, I'm going to paint these instead of doing it with the knife. I think I'm going to end up doing it with the fan brush, their trunks and everything. Alright, so he's in the background. I'm going to really be careful because now I'm really going over top of paint, over top of paint, over top of paint. Let's see, the path's going to be coming back here. I'm going to put this tree right here. Wow. It's there now. Commit to it. This will be hard to stick. It'll be hard to stick. I'm getting all kinds of colors in here. Alright. And the base of it, I'm just going to do brown, like that. And we'll bring it down to about to there. Highlight. There we go. We got one tree in there. It fit. Oh, how about we start getting this trail going? Let's set this palette down for a minute, because this is dark. We're just gonna make this dark through here. Dark, kind of like darkish color. We'll make it look, we're gonna lay in the angles here a little bit. Yeah. Just do a little treectomy there. Trunkectomy. Same with over here on this side. Got all kinds of stuff going on. Get near the end of this thing. Where's some of that yellow at? Get some of that yellow. Get that to stick out a little bit more. Not enough. Come on. What do you mean not enough? Gotta get a little bit more on there. There we go. Around that tree down there too. Alright. Alright, for the trail. Trail's pretty simple. You can use anything for that, really. Oh, that ain't a fan brush. Getting everything in. I get the trail in, finish a little bit of the land, put the big tree in, and I'll call it done, because it's time to play some DDO and sit down. Putting a trail is pretty simple. Yeah, you could do it with a knife, you could do it with a fan brush, you can do it with whatever. But the main thing about a trail is, remember, it starts off small in the background and gets bigger as you get forward. It doesn't come straight down. Normally it's squiggly back and forth. It's all over the place. So that's what we're just going to come back and highlight later on. Let's just say this trail is I don't know, it's back here somewhere. Maybe it comes out from behind this tree. Let's just say it's coming this way. Let's say it just comes back over this way. You can do little rocky motions too, but there's all different kinds of ways to do it. It just comes like makes a bend. Let's just say it comes back over this way, and then it starts making a turn coming up this way. Obviously, that's just like the basic of it. There's a lot of work that needs to be done with it. Just laying it in is like the biggest part first, because I'll bring this down to touch it, that down to touch it, make it bigger, make it smaller, mess with the edges of it and everything. There's still a lot that needs to be done to it. Just getting it laid in is like the biggest thing. Comes over this way, comes down here, down to the water. Goes way back off into the distance somewhere, back behind that tree. Alright, going to get some yellow, some green. Get a little bit more of the liquid white to thin it down, because this paint is getting so thick.
some of the yellows in here. Get that little ridge of paint on there. Yeah, it shows it. A little ridge of paint. It's getting really hard for this stuff to start showing right now. Hard color. Get a smaller brush. Highlight. Some white. A little splash of that in there. I'm going to highlight with the filbert brush just because I need to. It's getting really hard to see. No, that's not right. That's not a good enough color. It's got to be darker. Kind of like doing little rocking strokes, but honestly this is this paint is so thick right now. I am having such the hardest time get this to come off the brush. I can't get this path right. I just can't get the color come off the brush. There we go. Whatever works. I just need to get it highlighted. I can come back and fix how it looks. What is in the bottom left-hand corner? Just some dirt and stuff. I'm just gonna fill it in. I'm just gonna fill this in with just regular, with just some ground. I'm gonna use a big old 2-inch brush for this. And the water will come over to here. How's that looking? It's showing up okay. Just make it like velvet. Once again, you leave the dark in there. You don't want to cover all it up. You don't want to make it all yellow. Whew. I'm just going to clean this up down here, put in that big tree, call it a day. Because my back's hurting, my feet are hurting, my head is hurting. I'm just hurting. Haven't stood up this long to paint in a very, very, very long time. That trail just comes, this little trail just comes right on down here. Let's see, the big tree and we'll call it. Big tree and we'll call it. This sucker's so big, it don't even know where it goes. It just goes off the top of the screen. That's how big it is, right? This sucker's, I mean, it just goes off the screen. So just, oh my gosh, right through our stuff in the background. But that's all right. That's why you do it. Man, is that a lot of paint on there. Everything comes down to here. Looks like it might have a little foot that comes out, maybe like that. Once again, it really don't matter because you can come back and clean all that stuff up. All right. Ooh, this might be interesting. Get out the old liner brush. Here. Might even like try to attempt to put that little dragon there up in the background. I think that would actually be really cool to seal the deal. Got a little bit of paint thinner. Put it up here. Make a nice little inky paint. It's real thin. Bring that to a chiseled edge, and it just looks like little dooders to come down off of this thing here and there. It don't matter. A couple places here and there. It'll be getting hard to stick in front of this mountain. I knew that.
definitely know what to avoid next time I paint this. Watch how much paint I use. Okay. Can use a fan brush to pop in a couple of like the little bushy limbs. Make sure it's thin, that it'll stick to the canvas. Just like in various places. Just pressing upward. That should be good. Just now, other than highlighting the tree now. The bark. It's not too much to highlight, but we'll do it a little. There's so many different ways you can highlight the trees. Like I said, you can do it with a knife, do it with a fan brush. A little mossy looking tree. And just come back in, clean up the base of it. Just like that. And sit that tree right down in place. Ooh, look at that. Nice. Alright, is there any other thing, like I said, I might consider doing? Wonder if I can, wonder if we get the indication of that dragon that's up there. Right up here beside him, but maybe I'll put him over here flying around. I don't even know if I can do it, but I'm gonna try it. I mean, I don't care. It ain't gonna, if I mess it up, I can always blend it out if I mess it up. I can blend it into the sky. Make the dragon disappear. I'm trying to think. Let me see. Blue. He's bluish and blackish. I don't know how this will work. Be curious. Be really curious. I know one thing. We'll make sure it's nice and thin so I can even have a chance at doing this. So I can get a better look at the dragon there.
can't believe I'm gonna try this. I don't want to touch the canvas because there's so much paint on it. I don't want to. I'll end up getting it on my fingers. All right. So we get this little swirl. The arm comes down. Comes down. We got this other one. It loops over this way. Comes over here. So this got to look like it's thicker through here. This is something you would definitely not paint with this style of painting, but looks like something's extending here. Woo. Woo. Might have to get out the really, I got another brush. It's a really fine brush, even finer than this thing. Like, woo, there it is. I got it to stick out now, whatever that is. Maybe too far. Okay. That's a wing. This comes up. A little bend, maybe this way. Does it bend a little bit? Looks like it does. Comes on out. Well, maybe it's a Klingon bird of prey out there. I don't, I don't know. Who knows what this thing is, right? He's got his head sticking out. Ah! It looks like a pigeon flying. It's not a pigeon. What the heck did I do? This has got to come back a little bit further to indicate. That's actually too big now. Next thing you know, I'm going to have this really too big of a dragon flying in the sky. Oh my gosh. Here he is, Mr. Dragon, I guess. This is supposed to have been up higher. This was supposed to go like up this way, like whoa, like up here. There you go. Whatever. we could pretend it's a dragon that's floating up in the sky, right? But you know, that's it. Honestly, I mean, you could do still a ton of stuff with this. You could tinker and fool around with it all day. It's a painting that has a lot of detail in it, but a lot of it's also abstract, also. You know, and I did it on a very small canvas compared to how big the actual picture is. So I kind of like had to squeeze and condense, and kind of do my own rendition of it. I haven't painted in 7 years. Made a lot of newbie mistakes, putting way too much paint on the painting. But you know, when I come back to revisit this painting again, it'll look better the second time when I do it. Every time I would do it, it would look better and better because I learned something from every time that I do it. You know, the mountains in the background, I know where I messed up right away on those. But they don't look too bad. You know, the mountains are pretty nice. You know, I had to do my own little renditions on a couple things, but you know, in the end, it worked. It's Stormhorns, right? You got the dragon floating and flying in the mountain. He's ready. He's ready to do some business. So, but anyway, so I'm going to. It'll take me an hour to clean all this mess up. So what I'll do is thank you, Cordovon. I did, like I said, that's the trademark right there. It's all about the dragon flying around the sky there, you know.
he's there. You know, he's there. He's ready to go home, I guess, to his cave up there. But yeah, like I said, for not painting for a long time, and painting this, not familiar with it, it worked. So my next painting that I'll practice, I think, will be the splash screen. The forest scene, the splash screen, like when you're zoning in a quest or out of a quest or stuck on a load screen or whatever it may be. That the forest, I think Strahd in Invitation to Dinner, I think he's in the portrait of the forest also. That will be one that I would like to paint, and then, like I said, of course, the Abbey, and and then there's a couple paintings like in Total Chaos when you fight the end guy there in Borderlands in Total Chaos. That room has a lot of paintings in there. Because I kept asking people, I said, where are the paintings at? And everybody kept saying, oh, go to Cannith and go into the challenges in there. And all I seen was this Warforge over and over again, and something else. I was like, man, these aren't. I know I've seen some paintings somewhere else, but in Total Chaos there are two really beautiful paintings in there. One's that purplish looking one, and it's kind of got a walkway that comes down, and then there's another one that looks like it's a cove or something that has some kind of light coming out of it. But like I said, once again, when you get into purple colors and stuff like that, they are so beautiful, so amazing to do and paint like that, and that I will enjoy trying to paint those. So, but anyways, like I said, I'm CMECU from the Server Sarlona and Voodoo's guild of High Lords of Malkir. And I've been playing for a pretty long time, just never tried to paint. I want to thank you all for stopping by and watching me paint. I'm going to shut down my stream for, like I said, about an hour to get everything cleaned up. I'm going to eat, and then I'll be back on the stream again, playing DDO and having fun and talking about the game that we love. So I want to thank you all for stopping by. I appreciate the follows. I appreciate the recognition from Cordovan very much. I appreciate that. And, I'll see y'all around, guys. Y'all take care, and happy painting. Try it. Get some brushes. Paint it up. You should paint the Standing Stone puzzle in D&D. Right. All right, guys. You take care. Let me, I think, is Voodoo still streaming? We're going to raid Voodoo, all right? So, hold on. Let's see. / raid Voodoo Spice. Thank you again for stopping, guys. It's gone. Hold on.